Chapter 1, Drop Dead, Being X. Wah! Wah! In the dim room, the only light came from the moonbeams spilling through the window. A piercing cry echoed endlessly through the chamber. In that silent environment, it sounded especially clear. A pair of clear, glass-like eyes slowly opened. What came into view was an unfamiliar ceiling covered in countless intricate carvings. The prisms dangling from a massive crystal chandelier refracted gaudy flecks of light, making everything appear lavish and extravagantly luxurious. Typical Baroque wastefulness. It's like the dying grin of some old aristocrat from the Francois Republic, desperately trying to cram his mouth full of fake golden teeth before he keels over. Isn't that right? Being X. Those ruby-red eyes darkened slightly in that instant, turning a deep crimson filled with a chill utterly unfitting for their age and identity. The roar that exploded in her heart, had it passed through her vocal cords, would surely have shaken the entire room and carried far beyond it. But right now, even after mustering all her strength, all Tanya managed to produce was a tender little ah. Having already experienced this once before, Tanya knew even without a mirror that she had once again been reborn as an infant. And the only one capable of doing such a thing was that being X, the entity that had always taken pleasure in tormenting her. Ever since the Empire had drowned itself in the joy of a brief victory and let slip the decisive chance to seize true triumph, no amount of struggle had been enough to change anything. As the Empire's undisputed ace, nominally ranked second, Tanya had seen it all coming long ago. As a refined egoist, there was no way she would bind herself to that sinking ship called the Empire like those imperial fanatics. The Empire understood that future as well, and so it had launched Operation Aegir. Aegir was the sea god of Norse mythology, implying stealth across the sea. Aegir is not an escape. It is the Empire's roots crossing the ocean's mud. One day, they shall break through the soil in the enemy's garden. Its objective was to preserve talent and safeguard the technological legacy of mage industrialization, planting seeds for the Empire's future revival. Tanya and the 203rd Aerial Mage Battalion had been broken into smaller units. Some members joined conflicts in African colonies under the guise of mercenaries. As for Tanya, in pursuit of her own future comfortable life, she had emigrated to the United States with the Empire's assistance. Together with Dr. Adelheid von Schugel, the man who had developed the Alinium Type 95 computation orb, she established a military arms and logistics company. Her later life had, in the truest sense, allowed Tanya to live the life she had always pursued. Peaceful, quiet, wealthy, and comfortable. Although the Empire had lost, Tanya had without question won in a certain sense, achieving the life she wanted. Even if that time had not lasted long, and she had died young due to the excessive stimulants, nutritional agents, and other drugs she had used during wartime. Even until the moment of her death, Tanya had arrogantly declared that she was the final victor of that game. Faith? Gods? To her, they were still worth less than dog shit. But who could have imagined that what she thought was the end of everything would turn out to be completely different? Just as Tanya was roaring inwardly, a familiar sensation abruptly descended. It was an invisible pressure. With its arrival, time itself seemed to freeze across the entire world. Turning an entire world into a chess piece still wasn't enough to satisfy you, was it, you swine? Tanya struggled to turn her undeveloped infant neck, trying to inspect the surroundings beyond the ceiling. Even if she could not roar aloud, she at least wanted to nail that bastard in place with her glare. What kind of bullshit god was this? A piece of trash who trampled all over the spirit of contracts. Correct. Just as Tanya turned her head, a reply came from beside her. That voice belonged to Being X. Only then did Tanya realize that beside her lay another infant, also wrapped in swaddling clothes. Golden hair. Red eyes. Pale skin. Judging purely as a baby, it was an extremely pretty and adorable child. But none of that mattered now. At this moment, The baby's only identity was that of being X's vessel. The infant stared at Tanya with clear, bright eyes. Its voice resonated like a pipe organ, sacred yet soaked in something utterly inhuman. "And so, you have arrived at this reincarnation. You bastard, do you have any idea?" Tanya gnashed her teeth. She immediately understood what being X meant. As long as he reincarnated her before she completely stopped breathing, there would be no problem. The previous world was still far too lenient for you. This time, you will come to miss the artillery fire of the battlefield. Of course, I still bless you. I shall continue watching, waiting for the moment when you sincerely chant my name. With only those few words, being X began crying loudly, and the frozen flow of time resumed. "You beast! You damned swine! You wretched bastard!" Tanya cursed furiously in her heart. Clearly, being X intended to torment her even more viciously this time. Thinking of that, she looked at the infant beside her, the one that had just served as being X's vessel and was now crying, "Wah wah," right by her ear, and felt a surge of irritation. Amid her own babbling sounds, she waved her tiny little hand and gave the other baby a punch. Although there was barely any force behind it, the other child cried even louder. Tanya gloomily let out a breath. Although that shithead being X has screwed me over again, judging from the environment, this starting point is much better than an orphanage. A high starting point should save me quite a lot of trouble. Just as she was thinking that, a faint creak sounded. 2 sets of footsteps entered the room. "Then I leave them to you. If this is enough to repay the debt I owe." A golden figure came before the 2 infants. Tanya watched as the person lifted her and the other baby, then handed them to another figure, one so tall that it almost seemed to reach the ceiling. That person's palm was hard and warm, making Tanya's tender infant body feel extremely uncomfortable. But to Tanya, that was not the most important matter right now. What mattered was that the high starting point she had just been praising a second ago seemed to be vanishing into smoke the instant that thought appeared. "I'll be troubling you with them from now on." The golden figure's voice was somewhat low, carrying a heavy tone. The towering figure nodded, carefully holding the 2 infants in his hands as he walked out of the room with them. Under the bright moonlight, the luxurious corridor outside swept quickly past Tanya's eyes. And with that same speed, all of it was moving farther and farther away from her. Tanya stretched out her powerless little hand, trying to grasp hold of it all. But she could do nothing. In the end, she could only curse with every ounce of strength she had. "Drop dead, being X. Wah!" At the same time, she let out her first cry upon arriving in this world. Chapter 2: The Golden-Haired Sisters of the Slums. The royal capital of Lagunica, the slums. This was the outermost edge of the entire capital, and also its poorest district. The ground was covered in mud, sewage, and garbage. Narrow streets twisted and wound like a maze. The air stank, and the people here were gaunt, more like wild dogs than human beings. It was a place no one in the capital willingly set foot in. Aside from the nauseating environment, the constant crimes that occurred here were another major reason. After all, in a place even the guards were unwilling to patrol, public security naturally could not be good. And now, on one of the pitted, muddy roads in these slums, 2 small figures were walking side by side. Both petite figures had shining golden hair and beautiful red eyes. Compared to the other filthy children rolling around on the ground in the slums, these 2 were still very young, only around 6 or 7 years old, but their bodies were clean. Together with their fair skin, if not for their still simple clothing, they would not have looked like children living in a place like this at all. They would have looked more like young noble ladies. "I'm telling you, Felt. If you get your shoes wet again and come back smelling awful, you can go sleep in the mud pit tonight." A somewhat cold voice came from the girl walking in front. The girl had shoulder-length hair that gleamed brilliantly beneath the sunlight. She wore simple, neat black clothing that covered her whole body. Though plain, it only made her appear even more striking. In her hands, she was holding a book 2 fingers thick, reading it intently. Without even lifting her head, she reminded the girl behind her. Although her attention was clearly fixed on the book, she easily avoided the puddles and potholes underfoot as if they were a minefield. After walking all this way, there was barely a speck of mud on her worn little leather shoes. Relax, relax. Even if they get dirty, I'll wash them clean before we sleep tonight. Honestly, I've never seen many people in the whole slum who love being clean as much as you do, Tanya. The girl behind her had messy golden hair cut to her chin, looking as if it had been gnawed by a dog. It swayed in the wind along with her bouncing steps. Hearing the girl's complaint behind her, Tanya, still holding her book, gave up on explaining anything more to this foolish little sister who was related to her by blood in this life. She continued focusing on the book in her hands. After reincarnating into this world once again, Tanya had deeply felt Being X's malice. If she had simply been sent straight into an orphanage like in her previous life, that would have been one thing. But no. He had deliberately made her be born into a wealthy noble family, only for someone, her father, or whatever he was, to send her away in the blink of an eye. As a result, her supposedly high starting point had become her current situation, reduced to living in the slums. Honestly, this is worse than the orphanage in my previous life, Tanya muttered inwardly, while her feet stepped over a puddle as if they had eyes of their own, not splashing even a single speck of mud. If the orphanage in her previous life could be called merely poor, then her current situation was truly hell. At least the empire in her previous life had developed reasonably good technology. Even during a multi-front war, food and shelter had not been an issue. This time, however, she had been thrown directly into a world resembling medieval Europe. In Tanya's eyes, the living environment of these slums was no different from a pigsty. Damn you, Being X! More importantly, this world was completely different from the previous one. Through years of almost uninterrupted study, Tanya had gained a fair amount of knowledge and understanding about this world. It was a world similar to the medieval West. The place she currently lived in was a kingdom known as Lagunica. It still preserved the rule of a feudal monarchy, along with a knight system. As for transportation, people used dragon carriages, similar to horse-drawn carriages. Its technological development was extremely distorted. There were electric lights and cannons that fired special magic stones, but that was about it. Most importantly, there was magic. Unlike in the previous world, where magic had served as a supplementary force, magic was the main theme of this world. Or more accurately, those who wielded supernatural power were the true central figures. This included, but was not limited to, magic users, spirit arts users, sword saints, spirit knights. Compared with Tanya's previous life in the Empire, where members of the mage battalion could only use spells with the assistance of computation orbs, the magic of this world was true magic. This was a world where individual ability reigned supreme. A world where the strong devoured the weak. Tanya stopped walking. Before her stood a rather dilapidated warehouse. But in a slum where collapsed walls and ruined buildings were everywhere, this could already be considered a mansion. The moment she stopped, Tanya was knocked forward by a force from behind. She silently turned her head and saw Felt sticking out her tongue in embarrassment. Clearly, this careless fool had been looking around again and had crashed into her. "Your milk is halved today." Tanya said this expressionlessly. Then, ignoring Felt's dramatically changing expression and the dissatisfied shouting by her ear, she closed the book in her hands and knocked on the door before her. Knock, knock, knock. Expired milk. From inside the warehouse came a burst of heavy footsteps, followed by a deep, thick voice saying something utterly baffling. "If you don't want me to throw Felt into a mud pit, hurry up and open the door. Felt isn't scared of you. Even if you're Felt's big sister, MMPH, MMPH. The girl's dissatisfied protest instantly turned into the whimpering of a defeated dog. Under these circumstances, the warehouse door quickly opened. A huge figure, over 2 meters tall, appeared behind the door. His shadow fell over the two girls, enveloping them. He was an old man with dark skin and bulging muscles, making him look especially sturdy. His bald head, combined with his skin color and strange dark red tattoos, made him look at first glance like some kind of vicious criminal. Deep wrinkles stood out clearly on his face. Aside from his height, the most impressive features were probably the white eyebrows hanging down on both sides of his cheeks, along with the dense chest hair that matched them. In short, he was the kind of person who could make a child cry at first sight. Tanya, as the older sister, it's not right if you don't take care of your little sister. Old Man Ram looked at Tanya, who was standing behind Felt with one arm pressing against Felt's chest and one hand covering her mouth. He scratched his bald head with his thick fingers and spoke in a rather helpless tone. My lack of care is based entirely on the premise that you are wasting my time, Old Man Ram. Tanya released Felt, hugged the book to her chest, and walked straight into the warehouse. Join here to read ahead. In Star Rail, Ultra Beast Armored, Have I Caught Equilibrium? L. Chapter 80. Umamusum, But I Only Have 5 Years Left to Live, Chapter 178. Zenless Zone 0, I'm a Doctor, Not a Bang Boo, Chapter 142. Ben Tennyson Wants to Join the Justice League, 126. Tide Moon, Redemption Beginning with the Holy Grail War, Chapter 110. Yu-Gi-Oh! Transmigrated into the White Dragon Girl, Chapter 181. Is this chat group even serious? Chapter 103. I, Lord Ravager, Utterly Loyal, Chapter 192. Can Playing Games Save the World? 65. Crossover Anime Multiverse, The Demon Hunter of an Unnatural World 77. From Junkman to Wasteland 66. Weekly refresh of Overpowered 31. I'm grinding proficiency like 46. From Kiana, Lord Ravager, Anwa 173. Honkai, is this still the previous 42? Elf, my starter Pokemon is Ink 65. Warhammer, my Primarch is Remy 166. From Demon Slayer to Grand S 110. The way the Umamusum look at 68. Umamusum, but my cheat power 190. Naruto, Weaving the Future, B65. Zenless Zone 0, but Cayman R 76. Multiverse Crossover, The Perf 66. My Cyber Psycho Girlfriend 65. Umamusum, The Dark Trainer 165. Umamusum, A Calamity Born FR 156. I, A Reincarnation Loop Player 81. The Violent Girl Group is Beat 102. Umamusum, The Horse Girl Who 66. Umamusum, From Beginner 120. Becoming a Horse Girl, I will 80. Umamusum, I want all 95. I can copy unique skills 84. Summoning an evil god, but the 66. Supernatural Multiverse 83. My harem is indescribable 75. Jujutsu Kaisen, Heroic Spirit 81. I'm just a Valkyrie passing through. 67. Umamusum, today is another romantic battlefield 75. Still playing traditional honk 55. The most filial son under heave 60. What should I do after Switchy Volume 2/3? Reincarnated as a demon, skill 57. Hell difficulty dungeon? 45. Transmigrated as Sukuna 55. Checking in Demon Slayer 60. The reincarnating trainer of Tracen Academy 65. I refuse to become a heroic 35. My best friend into a slime? 35. A scion stands above Marvel 39. What do you mean by using a lab mod to be the hero? 58. Tanya starts from Re 030. My Patreon, patreon.com/queen_sin. Chapter 3, The Loot House. They crossed the threshold. The bright sunlight was cut off behind them. Inside the warehouse, it was dim and cool, as though they had stepped into another world. Once their eyes adjusted to the darkness, they could see that the originally spacious warehouse was filled with junk everywhere except for the bar counter. It started with relatively common items like tables and chairs, then gradually shifted to small cold weapons such as daggers, before advancing further into knight-standard longswords, and even full suits of armor that looked like iron cans. Quite a few of them were contraband. This was the warehouse of that sturdy old man known as Old Man Ram. In the slums, however, it had another, much louder name. Old Man Ram's Loot House. That was right. It was a place where petty thieves and burglars came to fence stolen goods. Otherwise, there was no way so many illegal items would appear here. After all, in any world, so long as ordinary people still existed, cold weapons and full sets of armor would absolutely be things rulers prohibited from spreading freely among the populace. Tanya, however, had long since grown used to these things. Her gaze swept over them without stopping at all. Then she arrived before the bar counter, stepped onto a wooden crate beside it, and climbed onto a high stool. Felt did the same. With practiced ease, she sat beside Tanya, lightly swinging her legs. She hummed some little tune she had picked up from who knew where, her eyes fixed on Old Man Ram the entire time. "Old Man Ram, today's milk!" Felt said this to Old Man Ram with a cheerful grin. I know. Honestly, you two really don't know how to show any consideration for an old man, coming here this early." Old Man Ram yawned and lazily walked behind the counter. "Don't try to fool me with expired milk, okay? I can taste the difference. Here. 2 cups of fresh milk." Old Man Ram placed 2 cups of milk in front of Tanya and Felt. Tanya naturally reached out, picked up Felt's milk from in front of her, drank half of it, and then began drinking her own. Old Man Ram showed no intention of stopping her. On the contrary, he propped his elbow on the table with interest, resting his cheek on his hand as he watched the two of them. "Did Felt cause trouble again today?" "No. I just accidentally bumped into Big Sis's back. Big Sis just wants to drink more milk." Felt curled her lip, then downed half a cup of milk in one gulp, looking as though she had already grown used to this. Tanya finished the milk in her cup, leaving a white ring around her lips. After wiping it away with a handkerchief, Tanya pushed the book in front of her toward Old Man Ram. "I finished this book. Do you have anything else? This is a loot house. How many of those idiots do you think are smart enough to steal books?" Old Man Ram picked up the book and muttered as he casually flipped through it. "When was the kingdom of Lagunica founded?" 1,000 years ago. The king at the time was known as the Lion King." Tanya answered without the slightest hesitation. "When was the Demi-Human War?" 40 years ago. Old Man Ram casually asked several more questions, and Tanya answered all of them with ease. "Well, I've said this more than once, but I don't think there's anyone more suited to becoming a scholar than you." As he spoke, Old Man Ram took the book and headed toward the small room behind the bar counter. "If possible, I'd like to learn more about the witch." Seeing this, Tanya hurriedly added another sentence. "The witch, huh? That's not exactly a pleasant word. I'll take a look. Maybe I'll find something." Watching Old Man Ram leave, Tanya began waiting in silence. Old Man Ram. She did not know what his actual name was. In any case, he had only ever told them to call him that. Back then, he had been the one to bring the two of them away from that extravagant noble mansion and into the slums. Because she had been an adult at the time, Tanya still remembered those events very clearly. Unfortunately, the amount of information she could obtain back then had been far too limited. Otherwise, perhaps she would have been able to find a suitable opportunity to return there someday. After arriving in the slums, she and Felt had basically been raised by Old Man Ram. It was also here that she had learned this world's writing and language. Through one tattered, damaged book after another in the loot house, along with Old Man Ram's oral explanations, she had slowly begun to understand this world bit by bit. It was no exaggeration to say that old man Ram was their foster father, though Tanya did not have much affection for him. Being sent across different worlds one after another had already allowed her to see everything with absolute clarity. Whether it was the Empire or Lagunica, they were no different from fictional worlds inside a computer. They were nothing more than tools arranged by Being X to tame her. Everything had been arranged by that entity. Whether it was her current poor and wretched life, the children who bullied them while they grew up, or the threats they might face in the future. Behind all of these things, she would surely find Being X pulling the strings from the shadows. And the people she encountered were nothing more than chess pieces. Just like that Mary Sue, who had once mixed hatred and faith together, and brought her no small amount of trouble. A moment later, old man Ram returned, holding a new book. I looked around. This seems to be the only thing somewhat related to this so-called witch. Old man Ram tossed the book onto the table, sending up a cloud of dust. Tanya covered her nose with her handkerchief. Only after the dust had settled did she lightly wave her hand and reach for the book. It was not that she was being delicate. In her previous life, she had fought on battlefields amid artillery fire and smoke, and she had never cared about such things. But now, this impoverished living environment forced her to pay far more attention. Otherwise, in a place like this, a bit of bad luck and some minor illness could easily kill a person. Over the years, she had seen such cases countless times in the slums. Although old man Ram had cared for them for 6 years, in the end, that was only because of someone else's request. It was not that she was maliciously speculating about the darkness of human nature. She simply could not place all her hopes on him. She picked up the book. Its cover was covered in a thick layer of dust, along with several marks left by fingers dragging across it. Through those marks, she could see several words. Among them were the words, "Witch." Tanya gently shook the book to the side. Dust fell from its surface, and the title clearly appeared before her eyes. The story I had no choice but to tell about me and the Witch of Lust. Seeing this title, which at a glance was clearly not from any serious work, Tanya understood that she had probably completely emptied out everything old man Ram had. If she wanted to obtain more knowledge, perhaps she would have to rely on herself. And not only knowledge. Power, authority, wealth, and everything else she desired. Join here to read ahead. In Star Rail, Ultra Beast Armored, Have I Caught Equilibrium? L. Chapter 80. Umamusum, But I Only Have 5 Years Left to Live, Chapter 178. Zenless Zone 0, I'm a Doctor, Not a Bang Boo, Chapter 142. Ben Tennyson Wants to Join the Justice League, 126. Tide Moon, Redemption Beginning with the Holy Grail War, Chapter 110. Yu-Gi-Oh! Transmigrated into the White Dragon Girl, Chapter 181. Is this chat group even serious? Chapter 103. I, Lord Ravager, Utterly Loyal. Chapter 192. Can Playing Games Save the World? 65. Crossover Anime Multiverse, The Demon Hunter of an Unnatural World 77. From Junkman to Wasteland 66. Weekly refresh of Overpowered 31. I'm grinding proficiency like 46. From Kiana, Lord Ravager, Anwa 173. Honkai, is this still the previous 42? Elf, my starter Pokemon is Ink 65. Warhammer, my Primarch is Remy 166. From Demon Slayer to Grand S 110. The way the Umamusum look at 68. Umamusum, but my cheat power 190. Naruto, Weaving the Future, B65. Zenless Zone 0, but Cayman are 76. Multiverse Crossover, The Perf 66. My Cyber Psycho Girlfriend 65. Umamusum, The Dark Trainer 165. Umamusum, A Calamity Born FR 156. I, A reincarnation loop player 81. The Violent Girl group is beat 102. Musum, the horse girl who's 66. Musum, from beginner 120. Becoming a horse girl, I will 80. Musum, I want all 95. I can copy unique skills 84. Summoning an evil god, but the 66. Supernatural multiverse 83. My harem is indescribable 75. Jujutsu Kaisen, heroic spirit 81. I'm just a Valkyrie passing through. 67. Musum, today is another romantic battlefield 75. Still playing traditional honk 55. The most filial son under heave 60. What should I do after Switchy Volume 2/3? Reincarnated as a demon, skill 57. Hell difficulty dungeon? 45. Transmigrated as Sukuna 55. Checking in Demon Slayer 60. The reincarnating trainer of Tracen Academy 65. I refuse to become a heroic 35. My best friend into a slime? 35. A scion stands above Marvel 39. What do you mean by using a lab mod to be the hero? 58. Tanya starts from Re-030. My Patreon, patreon.com/queen_sin. Chapter 4, Resistance. Tanya silently put the book away. Although the book was hardly proper, it could still help her understand this world and learn more about the so-called Witch of Lust. All roads led to Rome. There was no need to care whether the road itself was dirty. After putting the book away, Tanya began calculating things in her heart. In truth, ever since arriving in this world, she had already planned out her life. In her previous life, because she had not yet fully understood the true nature of that so-called being X, all she had wanted was to slack off whenever possible, live a stable and comfortable life, and run as far toward the rear as she could. But now, she understood. As long as that bastard had not achieved its objective, it would absolutely never stop. In other words, simply using her modern knowledge to become a peaceful rich landowner in this world was absolutely impossible. Peace was impossible. Stability was impossible. Being X would definitely think of every possible way to stir up trouble and persecute her. For example, some inexplicably appearing chosen one, or the worst possible turn of events happening at a critical moment. Therefore, resistance. That was the conclusion she had reached after experiencing her previous life. There was no comfort. There was no stability. Those things were reserved for the dead. Her previous life had proven exactly that. After enjoying such a life for only a short while, she had been greeted by death. In that case, she would become the strongest person in this world. She would become the existence that ruled over this world. She would eliminate every possible threat, until nothing could threaten her ever again. And when that time came, she would sit high upon a throne, raise her middle finger toward being X in mockery, and viciously curse its filthy backside. And the foundation needed to accomplish all of this. With the body of a 6-year-old little girl, Tanya turned her gaze toward Old Man Ram. Was military force. In her previous life, she had grown up on the battlefield. The moment she first saw Old Man Ram, she had been certain of one thing. This burly old giant had once been someone who had stood on a battlefield. Perhaps she could find a breakthrough through him. Although she had spent a long time on the battlefield herself and knew some close-quarters combat, she had, after all, belonged to a mage battalion. What they mainly relied on were computation orbs and spells. Compared to someone who might have devoted decades to this path, she was clearly still far from enough. Of course, it was not that she had no interest in magic. As her old profession, magic had been the very first thing Tanya had investigated when she began studying this world. In this world, as long as one possessed magical talent, magic could be learned almost like a martial art. Those from decent families could usually study magic as a matter of course. But ultimately it required financial support. The current Tanya naturally did not have such conditions. So for now, she could only use this method to improve herself as much as possible. A certain degree of personal combat ability would become the cornerstone of all her plans. Only with strength could she use it as leverage to pry open the wealth needed for her own advancement. "Old Man Ram!" Tanya called out. Old Man Ram, who had been drinking since early morning, looked over when he heard her. "What is it? Kids aren't allowed to drink this stuff. Do you know swordsmanship?" "Swordsmanship? I don't know that sissy stuff." Old Man Ram curled his lip and said disdainfully, "A real man ought to be fierce and powerful." As he spoke, Old Man Ram bent down, reached beneath the bar counter, and lifted out a massive spiked club. It was called a spiked club, but in truth, it was just a wooden club with plenty of rusted thick iron nails hammered into its head. Tanya looked at the thing standing before her, taller than herself and heavier than herself, and fell silent for a moment. "Ooh! It looks so impressive!" Felt, who always feared the world was not chaotic enough, immediately had her eyes light up. She looked around, then ran to the side and found a short knife about the length of her forearm. Gripping it with both hands, she laboriously began swinging it around. "Come on, Old Man Ram! Let's have a fair and honorable duel!" The moment she finished speaking, the weight of the knife made her stumble. "Oh, what a brave little lady! Then let me test your skills!" Old Man Ram did not spoil the mood either, and the old man and the young girl began playing around. Watching the two of them, Tanya could not help pressing a hand to her forehead. After they had fooled around enough, Tanya spoke again. "Old Man Ram, it doesn't matter if you don't know swordsmanship. I want you to teach me how to fight." Old Man Ram paused when he heard that, then reached up and scratched his head. "Fighting, huh?" Old Man Ram looked at Tanya before him and fell into thought. "Me too. I want to learn how to fight too." Felt hurriedly raised her hand as well, speaking with great enthusiasm. Looking at the two sisters before him, Old Man Ram hesitated for a moment, then stroked his chin. "Well, at your age, it is about time you learned a few ways to protect yourselves." Hearing the two of them say this, Old Man Ram also felt that it was about time they learned such things. Over the years he had cared for them, because they were still young, they had always lived together. With his protection, there had not been much danger. But as children grew older, they naturally could not remain active only around this immediate area forever. In a place like the slums, all kinds of people were mixed together. Without even a little ability to defend themselves, they would truly be in trouble if they ever ran into something unexpected. Felt was still somewhat fine. Through years of observation, Old Man Ram could tell that this child was likely born with some kind of blessing. In terms of agility, she was far faster than children her own age. In the complex environment of the slums, even an adult would not easily be able to catch her. Tanya, on the other hand, this child, who was so precocious she did not seem like a child at all, but rather like an adult, was the one Old Man Ram worried about. Although over these years, he knew very well just how intelligent Tanya was. After learning to read and speak, she had changed her own name to Tanya. When children her own age had bullied her and felt when they were little, she had single-handedly led a whole group of kids around in circles. Even when facing children older than herself, she was not the least bit hesitant when she acted, decisive and ruthless. In daily life, no one ever needed to urge her to study. She was extremely proactive. Being smart was a good thing. But in a place like the slums, intelligence alone was not enough. On the contrary, sometimes it could even bring misfortune. "Then starting tomorrow." "Let's start now." Tanya pushed herself off the chair with both hands, jumped down, and looked up at Old Man Ram with her small face, speaking seriously. "That may be true, but for training and such, we should at least prepare some tools." "You can prepare those slowly, Old Man Ram. But today, We can begin with some basic training first, can't we? Well, what you're saying does make sense. Old Man Ram nodded, then went to a corner of the warehouse and rummaged around. Felt can use that short knife from earlier. It might be a bit heavy for you right now, but in the future, it'll be just right. Join here to read ahead. In Star Rail, Ultra Beast Armored, Have I Caught Equilibrium? L. Chapter 80. Umamusum, but I only have 5 years left to live, Chapter 178. Zenless Zone 0, I'm a doctor, not a bang boo, Chapter 142. Ben Tennyson wants to join the Justice League, 126. Tide Moon, Redemption beginning with the Holy Grail War, Chapter 110. Yu-Gi-Oh! Transmigrated into the White Dragon Girl, Chapter 181. Is this chat group even serious? Chapter 103. I, Lord Ravager, utterly loyal. Chapter 192. Can playing games save the world? 65. Crossover Anime Multiverse, The Demon Hunter of an Unnatural World 77. From Junkman to Wasteland 66. Weekly refresh of Overpowered 31. I'm grinding proficiency like 46. From Kiana, Lord Ravager, Anwa 173. Honkai, is this still the previous 42? Elf, my starter Pokemon is Ink 65. Warhammer, my Primarch is Remy 166. From Demon Slayer to Grand S 110. The way the Umamusum look at 68. Umamusum, but my cheat power 190. Naruto, Weaving the Future, B65. Zenless Zone 0, but Cayman R 76. Multiverse Crossover, The Perf 66. My Cyber Psycho Girlfriend 65. Umamusum, The Dark Trainer 165. Umamusum, A Calamity Born FR 156. I, A Reincarnation Loop Player 81. The Violent Girl Group is Beat 102. Umamusum, The Horse Girl Who 66. Umamusum, From Beginner 120. Becoming a Horse Girl, I will 80. Umamusum, I want all 95. I can copy unique skills 84. Summoning an evil god, but the 66. Supernatural Multiverse 83. My harem is indescribable 75. Jujutsu Kaisen, Heroic Spirit 81. I'm just a Valkyrie passing through. 67. Umamusum, today is another romantic battlefield 75. Still playing traditional honk 55. The most filial son under heave 60. What should I do after Switchy Volume 2/3? Reincarnated as a demon, skill 57. Hell difficulty dungeon? 45. Transmigrated as Sukuna 55. Checking in Demon Slayer 60. The reincarnating trainer of Tracen Academy 65. I refuse to become a heroic 35. My best friend into a slime? 35. A scion stands above Marvel 39. What do you mean by using a lab mod to be the hero? 58. Tanya starts from Re 030. My Patreon, patreon.com/queen_sin. Chapter 5, My Foolish Little Sister. What about you, Tanya? What weapon do you want to use? A dagger? A long sword? A short knife? Or perhaps my spiked club? Old Man Ram seemed to amuse even himself with those words and started laughing. A dagger. Tanya answered crisply, without the slightest hesitation. Given her current circumstances, nothing suited her better than a dagger. It was light and easy to conceal. And combined with her harmless appearance and young age, people would hardly put up much guard against her. Not a bad choice. It suits you. Then starting today, you two had better train properly. I won't be going easy on you. Don't come crying to me later, ha ha ha. The basic training was not all that different from the military life of her previous world. The main focus was still strengthening the body and building endurance. In that regard, Tanya did have some experience. It was exhausting, yes, but as long as one persevered, the results would eventually show. Compared to Tanya, however, Felt, who was usually suppressed by her in daily life, now seemed to have finally found an area where she excelled. Thanks to the effect of her blessing, it was no exaggeration to say that whether it was charging forward, dodging, fighting head-on, or launching a sneak attack, Felt possessed a natural advantage. The level many people needed years of training to reach was something Felt could already accomplish the instant she gripped a short knife. Hee, what do you think, big sis? If you promise not to steal my milk anymore, then from now on, you can leave protecting you to Felt. In the loot house's backyard, Felt planted the short knife against the ground and grinned as she spoke to Tanya. After training for half the day, Felt looked completely fine, as though she felt no fatigue at all. Tanya, on the other hand, was already panting heavily. Her golden hair clung to her skin because of the fine sweat on her forehead. With beads of sweat accentuating it, her already fair skin seemed even more delicate, almost fragile enough to break at a touch. But faced with Felt's smug expression, Tanya felt neither envy nor irritation. Back before she was reincarnated into another world, back when she had still lived in modern society, she had already understood one truth. She was an inferior human being, unable to compare with geniuses. But that did not mean she needed to compare her weakness against the other party's strength. Come! Attack me! After resting for a moment, Tanya's breathing gradually evened out. She gripped the dagger in her hand, straightened her back, and looked at Felt as she spoke. If you win, you'll be the big sister. You can steal my milk too. Huh? Really? Felt's bright eyes went wide, filled with surprise. Yes. Tanya nodded and replied seriously. Then I won't hold back. I don't care about being the big sister, but I'm definitely taking half your milk. Felt said this with a cheerful grin. Gripping the short knife that was still in its sheath, she charged toward Tanya. Through the training just now, she could clearly see that the things that came as easily to her as eating and drinking were extremely difficult for her big sister. Even without any proper combat experience, with her advantage in speed, she would definitely be able to win. It was not really for half a cup of milk. She also wanted to prove herself. Nearby, Old Man Ram was using a knife to shave down wooden stakes, crookedly piecing together something vaguely human-shaped. Hearing the commotion from their side, he looked over. When he saw that Felt's long knife had not been drawn, and that Tanya was only preparing to meet her with the back of her dagger, he stopped worrying too much. It's only the first day of training. If Felt wants to defeat Tanya. Old Man Ram shook his head slightly. It was not that he was biased. There truly was a considerable gap between the two. Although Felt had a blessing and was faster, that did not mean she could decide victory in a single blow. Tanya gripped the dagger in her hand and watched Felt charging toward her. Her red eyes were calm as still water, not a single ripple stirring within them. Felt was indeed fast. But she was still not as pressuring as anti-aircraft fire scraping past her body. At a time like this, all I need is prediction. Just as Felt raised the corners of her mouth in a smile, convinced that victory was already decided, and rushed right up in front of Tanya. Tanya, who had seemed dazed and unresponsive a moment ago, suddenly turned sideways and took one step back. It was only a single step, yet it widened the distance just enough for Felt to lunge straight into empty air. Not only that, but as Tanya made those movements, she hooked her foot out and lightly tripped her. Thud! Because Felt was holding the short knife, her flexibility had dropped quite a bit. She fell flat on her face in a rather miserable fashion. You lose. Tanya walked over to Felt, plopped herself down on her, and turned her head as she spoke. Big sis is mean. You did that on purpose. Felt pouted. It seemed the fall had hurt a little, and she could not hold back as she burst into tears with a loud wah. After all, she was only a 6-year-old child. If you keep crying, you won't get the remaining half cup of milk either. Tanya said this lightly. Felt, whose little face was now covered in dust, immediately went silent. She looked toward Old Man Ram as if asking for help. Watching the two sisters, Old Man Ram found it rather amusing. He stood up the wooden dummy that had already begun to take shape, then waved toward the two of them. All right, both of you come here. The two came before Old Man Ram Felt's eyes were still slightly watery, and there was an unconvinced look in them. Felt, someone once told me that strength has limits most of the time, but the brain does not. Unless you possess absolute power, enough that no one can threaten you, it's better to use your head more. Just like earlier. Your speed and reactions were clearly faster than Tanya's, but because you were careless and underestimated her, she defeated you. Felt pressed her lips together and gave a sullen little snort. I was just careless, that's all. Next time, I definitely won't lose again. If there's a next time, I won't be polite about the milk. A faint sentence drifted over from beside her, instantly crushing the fighting spirit Felt had only just managed to rebuild. Now then, this will be your training target from now on. Old Man Ram clapped his hands, pulling the two girls' attention back. He pointed at the two wooden dummies before them. Each was about as tall as a person, with limbs and a torso roughly as thick as an adult's waist. I'll teach you where the vital points are. When you can destroy this wooden dummy with a single strike, you can move on to the next step. Come. I'll mark them out for you now. Old Man Ram picked up a piece of charcoal and began drawing circles on the wooden dummy. Every mark indicated a so-called vital point, the sort that could kill in one strike. They included, but were not limited to, the brain, heart, throat, and arteries. Join here to read ahead. In Star Rail, Ultra Beast Armored, have I caught equilibrium? L. Chapter 80. Umamusum, but I only have 5 years left to live, Chapter 178. Zenless Zone 0, I'm a doctor, not a bang boo, Chapter 142. Ben Tennyson wants to join the Justice League, 126. Tide Moon, Redemption beginning with the Holy Grail War, Chapter 110. Yu-Gi-Oh! Transmigrated into the White Dragon Girl, Chapter 181. Is this chat group even serious? Chapter 103. I, Lord Ravager, utterly loyal. Chapter 192. Can playing games save the world? 65. Crossover Anime Multiverse, The Demon Hunter of an Unnatural World 77. From Junkman to Wasteland 66. Weekly refresh of Overpowered 31. I'm grinding proficiency like 46. From Kiana, Lord Ravager, Anwa 173. Honkai, is this still the previous 42? Elf, my starter Pokemon is Ink 65. Warhammer, my Primarch is Remy 166. From Demon Slayer to Grand S 110. The way the Umamusum look at 68. Umamusum, but my cheat power 190. Naruto, Weaving the Future, B65. Zenless Zone 0, but Cayman are 76. Multiverse Crossover, The Perf 66. My Cyber Psycho Girlfriend 65. Umamusum, The Dark Trainer 165. Umamusum, A Calamity Born FR 156. I, A Reincarnation Loop Player 81. The Violent Girl Group is Beat 102. Umamusum, The Horse Girl Who 66. Umamusum, From Beginner 120. Becoming a Horse Girl, I will 80. Umamusum, I want all 95. I can copy unique skills 84. Summoning an evil god, but the 66. Supernatural Multiverse 83. My harem is indescribable 75. Jujutsu Kaisen, Heroic Spirit 81. I'm just a Valkyrie passing through. 67. Museum. Today is another romantic Battlefield 75. Still playing traditional honk 55. The most filial son under heave 60. What should I do after Switchy Volume 2/3? Reincarnated as a demon, skill 57. Hell difficulty dungeon? 45. Transmigrated as Sukna 55. Checking in Demon Slayer 60. The reincarnating trainer of Tracen Academy 65. I refuse to become a heroic 35. My best friend into a slime? 35. A scion stands above Marvel 39. What do you mean by using a lab mod to be the hero? 58. Tanya starts from Re-030. My Patreon, patreon.com/queen_sin. Chapter 6. The Mindset of a Warrior. Old Man Ram's teaching was crude. After explaining those vital points, he simply let the two of them practice on their own. They were to keep stabbing and slashing at the dummy's vital areas. This was rather different from the kind of training Tanya had imagined. She had originally thought that in a world with so-called supernatural power, there might be some special breathing method or something of the sort. In the end, it was still just this ordinary kind of thing. Old Man Ram, can this really make someone strong? Tanya did not hide the doubts in her heart, and asked directly. Strong? If you have talent in this area, then yes, it can. If you don't have talent, then at most, it'll give you a little ability to protect yourselves. Old Man Ram shook his head and answered frankly. You've read so many books, so you should understand this too. The truly strong are all people with extraordinary talent. The first Sword Saint trained by himself for 3 months and became the Sword Saint. The current Sword Saint, Reinhard, is only 19 years old now. His power is so overwhelming that he's even forbidden from crossing Lagunica's borders and going elsewhere. If you don't have much talent, then unless you're willing to exhaust your mind and body and train persistently for decades, perhaps you might barely count as someone fairly capable. The current Sword Saint's father is more or less that sort of person. His father, mother, and son are all geniuses, but he himself doesn't have much that stands out. I've gone a bit off topic. So, Tanya, with how clever you are, I don't think I need to say too much. You should understand how to choose. Tanya lowered her head and looked at the dagger in her hand. Talent, is it? I understand. Old Man Ram, I think we can slightly change the way I train. Oh? Do you have some idea? Making herself stronger was merely one brick used to pry open the path for her later plans. Since that was the case, Tanya naturally had no intention of spending too much time on cold weapon combat. After all, her old profession was magic. Even by modern societal standards, a mage was a noble profession, far better than something like a warrior. Practical combat. Train me through actual combat. I've already memorized all the points you marked just now, and I can apply them properly. Close quarters killing, attacks aimed at vital points with every blow. She had already accumulated more than enough experience in that area during her military life. Now, she only needed to get used to the fighting style of this world. What a troublesome little girl you are, making an old man work like this. Seeing how serious Tanya was, Old Man Ram knew from his many years of experience that if he did not give her a small blow now, she would likely suffer a great hardship in the future. He looked around, then casually picked up a wooden stick about as thick as an egg. Combined with his enormous physique, the stick made him look comically like a child holding a twig for a duel. Come then. Let me show you how Old Man Ram earned his famous reputation in these slums. Use everything you've got. That little scrap of iron in your hand won't even cut through my skin. Seeing this, Tanya said nothing more. Gripping her dagger, she charged forward. Oh, you've got quite the fighting spirit. Old Man Ram chuckled as he spoke. As a giant whose physique far surpassed that of humans in every regard, and one with rich battlefield experience at that, he naturally did not think Tanya could pose much of a threat to him. Yet precisely because of that thought, once Tanya came before him, her movements made him freeze for a moment. Because every single move Tanya made looked as though it had been tempered through countless trials. Using her small body, she rapidly closed the distance, then calmly avoided the wooden stick old man Ram had swung with some restraint. Then the dagger in her hand danced, leaving a cold sensation across old man Ram's wrist. Immediately afterward, she rolled beneath him. Along with his ankle, the inside of his thigh, and a man's most vital point, all of them felt a series of chilling touches. Finally, that chill stopped at his spine. More accurately, if this had been a real fight to the death, his spine would already have been severed into 3 pieces. Hiss! Old man Ram clamped his legs together, his expression somewhat awkward. At this moment, his feelings were complicated. First, he was shocked that Tanya, despite only just beginning to learn, moved with such practiced skill, as if she had been refined through countless battles. Second, as a man, he felt an instinctive discomfort toward those attacks just now, even though Tanya's dagger had not so much as scratched his rough skin. "Shall we continue, old man Ram?" Tanya lightly patted the dust from her body and came before him. Looking at Tanya, who usually loved cleanliness to the point of being almost obsessive, now covered in dirt, with even black mud smeared on her face, yet showing not the slightest reaction to it. Even old man Ram, who had experienced no small number of things, could not help sighing inwardly. She was practically a natural-born warrior. For victory, for the sake of strangling the enemy, she would use any means necessary. Brave, decisive, clean, and efficient. "I don't know whether you have the talent to become strong, child. But you absolutely possess the mindset of a warrior. Strength is what truly matters, isn't it? Continue." Tanya gripped her dagger, slightly lowered her body, and narrowed her eyes as she spoke. "I won't be holding back this time." Old man Ram shouted and declared as such. Tanya's training continued in that manner. Unlike Felt, who still had to bitterly chop away at wooden dummies, Tanya basically spent every day fighting old man Ram. Although that old giant always said things like he would not hold back, Tanya could still sense that he was not truly doing as he said. However, for her current physique, this was already more than enough. Old man Ram could be considered an experienced warrior and instructor. Each battle brought a heavy sense of pressure, yet he could still pull back at the critical moment. As old man Ram gradually increased the intensity, the killing skills Tanya had honed through military training also began to seem somewhat insufficient. But precisely because of that, Tanya could clearly feel herself growing through the process of being tempered. Observing the opponent's movements, predicting the opponent's attack routes, devising her own response techniques, guarding against hidden feints and sudden changes. Compared to magic, close-quarters combat seemed rather barbaric. Yet it too possessed countless techniques and lines of thought that required one to calm down and study them seriously. In this constant sparring and refinement with old man Ram, a year passed in the blink of an eye. Through almost uninterrupted daily training, Tanya became increasingly proficient in close-quarters combat. She already had a foundation to begin with. Now, after old man Ram's further instruction, her skills had become even sharper. In old man Ram's words, "If it's an ordinary person, then under circumstances where they're unprepared, you can easily cut them down. And even in a head-on fight, as long as you handle it properly, you can defeat them and take their life." Join here to read ahead. In Star Rail, Ultra Beast Armored, Have I Caught Equilibrium? L. Chapter 80. Umamusum, But I Only Have 5 Years Left to Live, Chapter 178. Zenless Zone 0, I'm a Doctor, Not a Bang Boo, Chapter 142. Ben Tennyson Wants to Join the Justice League, 126. Tide Moon, Redemption Beginning with the Holy Grail War, Chapter 110. Yu-Gi-Oh! Transmigrated into the White Dragon Girl, Chapter 181. Is this chat group even serious? Chapter 103. I, Lord Ravager, utterly loyal. Chapter 192. Can playing games save the world? 65. Crossover anime multiverse, the demon hunter of an unnatural world 77. From Junkman to Wasteland 66. Weekly refresh of overpowered 31. I'm grinding proficiency like 46. From Kiana, Lord Ravager, Anwa 173. Honkai, is this still the previous 42? Elf, my starter Pokemon is Ink 65. Warhammer, my Primarch is Remy 166. From Demon Slayer to Grand S 110. The way the Umamusum look at 68. Umamusum, but my cheat power 190. Naruto, Weaving the Future, B65. Zenless Zone 0, but Cayman R 76. Multiverse Crossover, The Perf 66. My Cyber Psycho Girlfriend 65. Umamusum, The Dark Trainer 165. Umamusum, a Calamity Born FR 156. I, a Reincarnation Loop Player 81. The Violent Girl Group is Beat 102. Umamusum, from Beginner 120. Becoming a Horse Girl, I will 80. Umamusum, I want all 95. I can copy unique skills 84. Summoning an evil god, but the 66. Supernatural Multiverse 83. My harem is indescribable 75. Jujutsu Kaisen, Heroic Spirit 81. I'm just a Valkyrie passing through. 67. Umamusum, today is another romantic battlefield 75. Still playing traditional honk 55. The most filial son under heave 60. What should I do after Switchy Volume 2/3? Reincarnated as a demon, skill 57. Hell difficulty dungeon? 45. Transmigrated as Sukuna 55. Checking in Demon Slayer 60. The reincarnating trainer of Tracen Academy 65. I refuse to become a heroic 35. My best friend into a slime? 35. A scion stands above Marvel 39. What do you mean by using a lab mod to be the hero? 58. Tanya starts from Re-030. My Patreon, patreon.com/queen_sin. Chapter 7, Angel Investor. Compared to Old Man Ram's praise, however, Tanya's greatest gain was actually her understanding of herself. For example, this was the first time she had come into contact with this world's magical element known as mana. According to the knowledge she had learned from books, as well as Old Man Ram's explanations, most people in this world possessed some degree of magical aptitude. Those who had absolutely no aptitude at all were even fewer than those who possessed blessings. But for various fighters, swordsmen, and knights who were not skilled at casting spells, mana could still be utilized. After long periods of training, they could subconsciously drive the mana within their bodies and make it flow through them, granting themselves certain magic-like traits. For example, they could use mana to strengthen their power, speed, reflexes, and self-healing ability. In some places, this ability was called flow method. Tanya was not unfamiliar with magical power. In her previous life, she had been drafted into the military precisely because of her aptitude as a mage. However, this world's magical power felt completely different from that of her previous world. For example, when she fought Old Man Ram, she could clearly feel a force flowing within her body. That flowing power would shift along with her movements. Although she had only the physique of a 7-year-old girl, under the effect of that power, all aspects of her physical ability would temporarily improve. It was a very strange sensation. It also counted as Tanya's first true contact with this world's supernatural power. Even though it was still very weak, it allowed Tanya to see the direction she had been longing for all this time. If simply having magical power circulate on its own already produced this kind of effect, then what kind of miraculous power would real magic possess? In truth, After noticing the mana within her body, Tanya had silently attempted to manipulate it using the experience of her previous life. Unfortunately, it seemed that the experience of the two worlds could not be transferred. Or rather, the method of using magic in her previous world had simply been far too crude. The mages of her previous life were basically no different from human batteries. The true source of their power had mainly come from computation orbs. Different engraved formulas were inscribed within the orbs. All one needed to do was pour magical power into them at the proper time and activate a certain formula. Simple, crude, idiot-proof operation. But the magic of this world was clearly not so simple. As expected, I still need to find a proper place to learn. It's about time I start moving. In the backyard, Tanya thought while looking at the remaining half cup of milk in her hand. Faster. Faster. This is absolutely not your limit. If you don't speed up, you won't get even half a cup of milk today. Old Man Ram's shouts rumbled like thunder. In the backyard, Felt's little face was flushed red as she ran lap after lap through the yard, where various obstacles had been arranged. Beside her, Old Man Ram watched the hourglass in his hand while silently counting how many laps Felt had completed. Only when the final grain of sand fell did Felt finally finish her last lap. Then her entire body dropped flat onto the ground with a thud, her flat chest rising and falling rapidly. Old Man Ram, how was it? Felt spoke while gasping for breath. Old Man Ram flashed his big white teeth at her and gave her a thumbs up. Not bad. You improved today. Yeah. Felt cheered, hurriedly climbed up, and ran toward Tanya. Did you hear that? I met the standard today, so you're not allowed to drink this half cup of milk. Naturally, Tanya could not be bothered to respond to such childish words. She handed the milk to Felt, who immediately tilted her head back and gulped it down. Tanya, meanwhile, turned toward Old Man Ram. Old Man Ram, there's something I want to discuss with you. Oh? What is it? Let me say this first. These old bones of mine can't take too much abuse. Old Man Ram laughed heartily as he asked. I need a sum of money. Tanya looked at Old Man Ram and said calmly. Money? Old Man Ram was slightly taken aback. It seemed he had not expected Tanya to bring up this topic. The smile on his rough face gradually faded. He crouched down in front of Tanya, staring at the girl seated on the wooden stake as he spoke. Why did you suddenly think of asking for money? Did you run into some trouble? As he said this, an extremely concealed trace of coldness flashed through Old Man Ram's eyes, but Tanya still caught it. In these slums, all sorts of people were mixed together. There was no need to even mention things like gangs and street thugs. Those people stole, robbed, collected protection money, and some even used cruel methods to persecute homeless children, crippling them so they could beg for money. Upon hearing that Tanya wanted money, Old Man Ram's first thought was whether the two girls had run into something bad while out walking, and whether someone had entangled them and threatened them. If that were truly the case, then even though he was already rather old, Old Man Ram would not mind making those people in the slums properly remember why he had been able to operate a loot house here so peacefully for so many years. Trouble? To be more accurate, it's for starting a business. Starting a business? Old Man Ram's expression seemed to crash. This old man, who had lived for more than a century, had never imagined that one day he would hear such a strange phrase from the mouth of a 7-year-old little girl. You can understand it as me wanting to build a career of my own, Tanya explained seriously, clarifying her thoughts. This old man isn't so foolish that I need it explained to that extent. I'm asking whether you truly understand what you want to do, and whether you already have a plan. Of course. Tanya nodded. Can you tell me about? Old Man Ram began to speak, then suddenly paused. Looking into Tanya's clear, calm, glass-like red eyes, he started laughing. You've always been a smart child. I suppose you have your own considerations. How much do you need? Tanya also had not expected things to go this smoothly. Some of the explanations she had prepared in advance were completely unused. 10 gold coins. This number was something Tanya had calculated after forming an idea and plan in her mind. 10 gold coins? I understand. But it may take 2 days. After all, that's not a small amount. For those of us living in the slums. Old Man Ram suddenly changed direction and began earnestly lecturing her about hardship and thrift. Tanya, however, clearly did not believe him. Putting aside everything else, the suit of armor in the loot house was probably already worth quite a lot. Not to mention the other swords, blades, and weapons. Add to that the many years he had spent here, and Old Man Ram should have accumulated some savings. 10 gold coins was absolutely not a problem for him. He was probably saying this because he wanted her not to spend recklessly and to be a little more frugal. Join here to read ahead. In Star Rail, Ultra Beast Armored, have I caught equilibrium? L. Chapter 80. Umamusum, but I only have 5 years left to live, Chapter 178. Zenless Zone 0, I'm a doctor, not a bang boo, Chapter 142. Ben Tennyson wants to join the Justice League, 126. Tide Moon, Redemption beginning with the Holy Grail War, Chapter 110. Yu-Gi-Oh! Transmigrated into the White Dragon Girl, Chapter 181. Is this chat group even serious? Chapter 103. I, Lord Ravager, utterly loyal. Chapter 192. Can playing games save the world? 65. Crossover Anime Multiverse, The Demon Hunter of an Unnatural World 77. From Junkman to Wasteland 66. Weekly refresh of Overpowered 31. I'm grinding proficiency like 46. From Kiana, Lord Ravager, Anwa 173. Honkai, is this still the previous 42? Elf, my starter Pokemon is Ink 65. Warhammer, my Primarch is Remy 166. From Demon Slayer to Grand S 110. The way the Umamusum look at 68. Umamusum, but my cheat power 190. Naruto, Weaving the Future, B65. Zenless Zone 0, but Cayman R 76. Multiverse Crossover, The Perf 66. My Cyber Psycho Girlfriend 65. Umamusum, The Dark Trainer 165. Umamusum, A Calamity Born FR 156. I, A Reincarnation Loop Player 81. The Violent Girl Group is Beat 102. Umamusum, The Horse Girl Who's 66. Umamusum, From Beginner 120. Becoming a Horse Girl, I will 80. Umamusum, I want all 95. I can copy unique skills 84. Summoning an evil god, but the 66. Supernatural Multiverse 83. My harem is indescribable 75. Jujutsu Kaisen, Heroic Spirit 81. I'm just a Valkyrie passing through. 67. Umamusum, today is another romantic battlefield 75. Still playing traditional honk 55. The most filial son under heave 60. What should I do after Switchy Volume 2/3? Reincarnated as a demon, skill 57. Hell difficulty dungeon? 45. Transmigrated as Sukuna 55. Checking in Demon Slayer 60. The reincarnating trainer of Tracen Academy 65. I refuse to become a heroic 35. My best friend into a slime? 35. A scion stands above Marvel 39. What do you mean by using a lab mod to be the hero? 58. Tanya starts from Re 030. Why did they assign me to Uma 35? My Patreon, patreon.com/queen_sin. Chapter 8, Spending Money. Big sis, what exactly do you want money for? With 10 gold coins, if we used it to buy milk, we could drink until we were full every day. Night. Tanya and Felt were lying in the small hut old man Ram had built for the two of them in the backyard of the loot house. Feeling the cool night breeze slipping in through the gaps, Felt asked Tanya beside her with curiosity. Do you remember what I told you when we first started training? Tanya, who was sleeping on the inside, turned her head and looked at Felt as she spoke. When we first started training. Felt pressed her index finger against her chin and thought carefully. Oh. I remember. You mean paying attention to the wandering orphans in the slums? Yes. How is that going now? If it's something Felt was told to do, then of course there's no problem. Felt patted her chest and declared confidently. I wouldn't say I know all of them, but I at least know most. How many of them are orphans? Well. Felt immediately got stuck. She frowned, stretched out her hand, and muttered to herself while counting for quite a while before finally speaking with some uncertainty. Probably several hundred. I'm not too sure about the exact number. If you count those whose parents are still around, there are definitely over 1,000. Tanya was not particularly satisfied with Felt's answer, but she did not say much. Over the next 2 days, select 50 people from among those orphans. Choose the ones whose lives are especially miserable, the kind who are often bullied. Miserable and bullied? Now that you mention it, there are quite a few. But the truly miserable ones should be the disabled ones who can only beg. A lot of them are connected to gangs, though. Felt thought for a moment, then spoke somewhat hesitantly. So-called connected merely meant they were enslaved by gangs. The gangs sent them out to steal money and beg. Then the gangs took away all the money they earned and gave them only a tiny bit of food to fill their stomachs. Because of this kind of living environment, most of those people did not live very long. Their lifespans were short. That doesn't matter. Tanya spoke indifferently. Whether they're connected to gangs or not, just do as I said. Tell them this: do they want to change their current lives? If they want to come, then once I tell you, bring those people over. Bring them before me. Isn't that a bad idea? I feel like it'll bring old man Ram a lot of trouble. Those gangs. Although Felt was young, she was not stupid. Those disabled orphans had to beg for money every day and hand it over to the gangs. If that changed, the gangs definitely would not agree. I'll deal with that. Tanya spoke calmly. Just leave it to me. After saying that, Tanya turned over and closed her eyes. Sleep. Listening to Tanya's words, Felt's expression showed some worry, but she still gradually fell asleep. Old man Ram kept his word. He said 2 days, and it really only took 2 days. 10 gold coins were placed before Tanya. Here are the gold coins you asked for. Is this really enough? Do you truly not need any other help? No, old man Ram. Without experiencing a turbulent market, one cannot temper true business resilience. Tanya was sitting before a whetstone, sharpening her dagger by herself until it gleamed brightly and became thoroughly sharp. Thank you, old man Ram. She put away the dagger, then gathered up the 10 gold coins and placed them into her clothing pocket. Then I'll be going first, old man Ram. As Tanya spoke, she called out to Felt. Under old man Ram's gaze, the two walked out through the loot house's front door. Old man Ram watched the two of them leave, muttered something indistinctly, then pulled over a black cloak and draped it over himself before heading out as well. Felt, go now and find the targets I had you select earlier. Have them gather beside the stream. Tell them that everyone who comes will get a meal. Where's the food coming from? What do you think I'm going to do? But won't that cost a lot of money? Felt seemed rather reluctant. In this world, 3 gold coins were enough for an ordinary family of 3 to live a relatively easy life for an entire year. And Tanya was starting with 50 people. Giving all of them a meal would cost quite a bit of money. That is my concern. You just need to bring the people over. Don't worry. Once this matter is settled, forget half a cup of milk every day. Even if you want to bathe in milk, it won't be a problem. Under the grand promise Tanya painted for her, Felt ran off with light steps and began gathering those orphans according to Tanya's instructions. Tanya, meanwhile, crossed through the slums and continued walking until she left them. The entire royal capital of Lagunica was divided into 5 circular districts, known simply as districts. These 5 districts were split into 5 ranks like a Western European feudal system, with status descending from top to bottom. The highest, the first layer, was the royal castle. It was royal land, and only the council of elders and the most important nobles were fortunate enough to live there. Beside the royal castle was a prison tower. It had originally been used to imprison serious criminals, but nowadays it only held minor offenders detained for a single night. Serious criminals were sent to the prison tower outside the city. The second layer was also known as the noble district, generally used by distinguished nobles. The third layer was the commercial district where wealthy merchants lived, dedicated specifically to business activity. The fourth layer was the residential district for commoners. Its environment was somewhat better than the slums, but only to a limited extent. As for the fifth layer, that was naturally the slum district. As the name implied, many poor people lived there. After leaving the slums, Tanya went straight to the commoner district and found a bakery. I want black bread for 50 people. Then help me deliver it to the slums. A golden coin was gently placed on the counter by Tanya, shining with a dazzling luster. Black bread for 50 people was no small number. For this, Tanya paid a full 5 silver coins, which was 500 copper coins. In addition, the bakery would have someone help deliver the goods, and for this large transaction, they also threw in several portions of sliced cheap ham. Each piece of black bread was about the size of an adult's fist. Its exterior was hard, and the inside was mixed with things like wheat bran. This thing cost 2 copper coins each and had no taste or texture to speak of. It smelled like a rag left to stew for an entire summer day. When eaten, it had only the sourness of fermentation, and when swallowed, the wheat bran inside scraped the throat. Yet this object, which might not even be distinguishable if thrown into a pile of stones, was the staple food of the lower classes. For those orphan beggars, even something this unpleasant to eat was something they could only barely obtain 1 piece of after begging for an entire day, just enough to fill their stomachs. Tanya waited at the bakery for a while, drank a cup of milk provided by the shopkeeper that was not exactly fresh, and also brought 1 cup for Felt. Then, with one of the shop assistants pushing a small cart loaded with black bread, Tanya headed toward the slums. Join here to read ahead. In Star Rail, Ultra Beast Armored, Have I Caught Equilibrium? L. Chapter 80. Umamusum, But I Only Have 5 Years Left to Live, Chapter 178. Zenless Zone 0, I'm a Doctor, Not a Bang Boo, Chapter 142. Ben Tennyson Wants to Join the Justice League, 126. Tide Moon, Redemption Beginning with the Holy Grail War, Chapter 110. Yu-Gi-Oh! Transmigrated into the White Dragon Girl, Chapter 181. Is this chat group even serious? Chapter 103. I, Lord Ravager, Utterly Loyal, Chapter 192. Can Playing Games Save the World? 65. Crossover Anime Multiverse, The Demon Hunter of an Unnatural World 77. From Junkman to Wasteland 66. Weekly refresh of Overpowered 31. I'm grinding proficiency like 46. From Kiana, Lord Ravager, Anwa 173. Honkai, is this still the previous 42? Elf, my starter Pokemon is Ink 65. Warhammer, my Primarch is Remy 166. From Demon Slayer to Grand S 110. The way the Umamusum look at 68. Umamusum, but my cheat power 190. Naruto, Weaving the Future, B65. Zenless Zone 0, but Cayman R76. Multiverse crossover, the Perf 66. My Cyber Psycho Girlfriend 65. Uma Museum, the Dark Trainer 165. Uma Museum, a Calamity Born FR 156. I, a Reincarnation Loop Player 81. The Violent Girl Group is Beat 102. Uma Museum, the Horse Girl who's 66. Uma Museum, from Beginner 120. Becoming a Horse Girl, I will 80. Uma Museum, I want all 95. I can copy unique skills 84. Summoning an evil god, but the 66. Supernatural Multiverse 83. My harem is indescribable 75. Jujutsu Kaisen, Heroic Spirit 81. I'm just a Valkyrie passing through. 67. Uma Museum, today is another romantic battlefield 75. Still playing traditional honk 55. The most filial son under heave 60. What should I do after Switchy Volume 2/3? Reincarnated as a demon, skill 57. Hell difficulty dungeon? 45. Transmigrated as Sukuna 55. Checking in Demon Slayer 60. The reincarnating trainer of Tracen Academy 65. I refuse to become a heroic 35. My best friend into a slime? 35. A scion stands above Marvel 39. What do you mean by using a lab mod to be the hero? 58. Tanya starts from Re 030. Why did they assign me to Uma 35? My Patreon, patreon.com/queen_sin. Chapter 9. The King Descends from the Heavens. The cart was covered with cloth, hiding the black bread piled on it. Along the way, nothing unexpected happened. Only after arriving at the small bridge beside the stream in front of the loot house did Tanya stop. This is the place. Thank you for your trouble. Tanya nodded slightly, then directed the shop assistant to spread the cloth from the cart onto the ground and unload the bread one by one. Before long, the black bread had been piled into a small mountain. Tanya watched the assistant leave. Then she took paper and pen from her coat and stood in place, quietly waiting. Old Man Ram, who had followed Tanya the whole way, was currently watching all of this from the shadows. His heart was full of confusion, and he had no idea what she was trying to do. Charity? Old Man Ram shook his head. It did not seem likely. After taking care of the two girls for so many years, he knew Tanya did not seem like the sort of person who would do something so strenuous and thankless. And not just her. Anyone who had lived in the slums would probably never have that kind of thought. Holding back his impatience, Old Man Ram continued waiting. This wait lasted an entire hour. Then he saw Felt running back from the distance. Big sis, I brought them all back. Felt waved energetically as she spoke. Behind Felt, a group of figures in various conditions were slowly heading this way. There were both boys and girls among them, most of them children around 10 years old. Some had disabled legs and could only drag themselves along the ground with their hands. Some were missing half an arm, the exposed stumps glaring and ugly. Looking at this group of children following behind Felt, children not much older than herself, Tanya's gaze swept over them one by one, yet there was not much emotional fluctuation in her eyes. In her previous life, she had done things like pass along intelligence and have artillery bombard civilians. Naturally, she would not be shaken by such a minor scene. Well done. Tanya praised Felt, then handed her the milk she had placed beside her. Milk? Felt, whose milk had always been stolen by Tanya, received milk from Tanya's hand for the first time. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Felt drank in large mouthfuls until she finished it all in one breath. Only then did she let out a satisfied sigh like a drunkard. Ah, it isn't very fresh, but it really hits the spot. While Felt was drinking the milk, the group of children arrived before Tanya. These ragged, filthy children, whose bodies gave off an unpleasant smell, could not help swallowing instinctively when they saw the mountain of black bread beside Tanya. To them, that was not food. Nor was it delicious. It was hope for survival. Noticing the children's gazes, Tanya stepped forward. Everyone. I believe before coming here, you have probably already heard. Hurry up and give us the black bread. We didn't come here to listen to your nonsense. Before Tanya could finish speaking, someone in the crowd loudly interrupted her. Yeah. We came here to eat our fill. Hurry up and hand out the bread. Why waste words with her? Why should we listen to her? Just take it. As long as we ignore her, that old giant can't do anything to us. Although these people were only around 10 years old and had physical disabilities, children who had grown up in the slums were never easy to deal with. The truly innocent ones had long since been beaten down by the slums. Perhaps they had already reincarnated by now. The bitterness, malice, and cunning of the lowest poor had all been learned by them quite thoroughly. Seeing the crowd becoming noisier and noisier, these children had already begun closing in on Tanya and felt. Old Man Ram, hiding in the shadows, sighed inwardly at the sight. This child is smart, yes, but she's still only a child. Her thinking is still a little too simple. A bit of money was nothing to Old Man Ram. Even if all 10 gold coins were lost, it would not be a major problem. If this could serve as a lesson for the two sisters and let them suffer a little, that might not be a bad thing either. Old Man Ram had already prepared himself. Once the two sisters were in danger, he would step out and settle everything. Hey, what do you people mean? Didn't I already tell you all the terms before you came? Seeing that the situation was turning bad, Felt's expression changed slightly, and she hurriedly spoke. But at this point, no one cared about her anymore. Just as the 50 hungry disabled orphans were about to rush forward like hyenas, Felt suddenly heard laughter coming from beside her. The laughter was not loud, but even amid the noisy voices, it was especially clear. Felt instinctively turned her head and saw that Tanya showed not the slightest trace of panic. Instead, the corners of her mouth had curved into a deep smile. In all these years, in her impression, Tanya was usually either reading or training. She did not run around wildly like Felt or the other children in the slums. She did not play games, nor did she show any interest in insects on the ground, birds in the sky, or fish in the stream. What made Felt care even more was that the smile at the corner of Tanya's mouth was growing deeper and deeper, carrying a feeling that inexplicably chilled one's heart. Hee hee. The laugh was crisp. Before Felt could react, Tanya had already moved, walking toward the crowd. Charge! Go grab the bread. In the crowd, there was a boy missing one arm, half a head taller than the others, loudly inciting everyone. But before he could finish speaking, beneath the bright sunlight, a black figure had leaped up at some unknown moment and arrived before him, casting a shadow over him. The boy instinctively raised his head. What entered his vision was a delicate face wearing an exaggerated smile. Long, flowing golden hair shone beneath the sunlight with a radiance that did not belong to the slums. That instant was like a painted scene, one that seemed as though it could be branded deeply into the soul. However, there was something unreasonable about that scene. A sudden flash of cold light had appeared. Cold light? His experience living in the slums made the boy instinctively shudder, but by the time he tried to react, it was already too late. The girl in black, with scarlet eyes and a face as exquisite as an angel's, held a dagger in her hand. And descended from the heavens. Pshk. The blade split skin, severed muscle, and stabbed into flesh with a muffled sound so faint it could barely be heard. But the stench of blood quickly spread through the air. Feeling the touch beneath her hand, both strange and familiar, and smelling the familiar scent in her nose. That feeling from deep within her memories, the sensation of killing on the battlefield, made Tanya feel as though she had returned once again to that battlefield filled with smoke and blood. join here to read ahead. In Star Rail, Ultra Beast Armored, have I caught equilibrium? L. Chapter 80. Umamusum, but I only have 5 years left to live, Chapter 178. Zenless Zone 0, I'm a doctor, not a bang boo, Chapter 142. Ben Tennyson wants to join the Justice League, 126. Tide Moon, Redemption beginning with the Holy Grail War, Chapter 110. Yu-Gi-Oh! Transmigrated into the White Dragon Girl, Chapter 181. Is this chat group even serious? Chapter 103. I, Lord Ravager, utterly loyal. Chapter 192. Can playing games save the world? 65. Crossover Anime Multiverse, The Demon Hunter of an Unnatural World 77. From Junkman to Wasteland 66. Weekly refresh of Overpowered 31. I'm grinding proficiency like 46. From Kiana, Lord Ravager, Anwa 173. Honkai, is this still the previous 42? Elf, my starter Pokemon is Ink 65. Warhammer, my Primarch is Remy 166. From Demon Slayer to Grand S 110. The way the Umamusum look at 68. Umamusum, but my cheat power 190. Naruto, Weaving the Future, B65. Zenless Zone 0, but Cayman are 76. Multiverse Crossover, The Perf 66. My Cyber Psycho Girlfriend 65. Umamusum, The Dark Trainer 165. Umamusum, A Calamity Born FR 156. I, A Reincarnation Loop Player 81. The Violent Girl Group is Beat 102. Umamusum, The Horse Girl Who 66. Umamusum, From Beginner 120. Becoming a Horse Girl, I will 80. Umamusum, I want all 95. I can copy unique skills 84. Summoning an evil god, but the 66. Supernatural Multiverse 83. My harem is indescribable 75. Jujutsu Kaisen, Heroic Spirit 81. I'm just a Valkyrie passing through. 67. Umamusum, today is another romantic battlefield 75. Still playing traditional honk 55. The most filial son under heave 60. What should I do after Switchy Volume 2/3? Reincarnated as a demon, skill 57. Hell difficulty dungeon? 45. Transmigrated as Sukuna 55. Checking in Demon Slayer 60. The reincarnating trainer of Tracen Academy 65. I refuse to become a heroic 35. My best friend into a slime? 35. A scion stands above Marvel 39. What do you mean by using a lab mod to be the hero? 58. Tanya starts from Re 030. Why did they assign me to Uma 35? My Patreon, patreon.com/queen_sin. Chapter 10, The Stick and the Sweet Date. Ah! A heartrending scream cut through the noise of the crowd. It was like a basin of cold water had been poured over the orphans' heads, instantly calming their previously heated emotions by quite a bit. Thud. Tanya pressed her knee against the shoulder of the boy who had been inciting the others, forcing him down until he collapsed sitting on the ground. At the boy's collarbone, a dagger had sunk all the way in, leaving only the handle exposed. The boy lay on the ground, his face bloodless from pain, his body trembling nonstop. The noisy crowd quickly fell silent. Looking at the fear and terror on the children's faces around her, Tanya smiled in satisfaction. She stepped forward, bent down, and reached out. Without the slightest hesitation, she pulled the dagger straight out from the boy's collarbone. Specks of blood flew through the air with her movement, splattering onto the people nearby. Tanya held the dagger and gently spun it in her hand. The crimson blade continuously stabbed at everyone's eyes. I imagine none of you understood what respect was before. So, do you understand now, you damned swine? The girl's voice was terribly young, but her words and expression carried a ferocity and killing intent utterly unfitting for her age. The disabled children around her looked at the boy lying unconscious on the ground, blood flowing nonstop from his wound, and instinctively stepped back in terror. If they had not known she was the child raised by the old giant of the loot house, they truly might have thought she was some noble young lady who had deliberately come here to cruelly toy with them, using their lives for her own amusement. Don't think about running. You should understand very clearly what condition you're in, shouldn't you? Tanya shook the blood from the dagger, spun it once in her hand, and made it disappear. The crowd remained silent. No one moved. No one spoke. Felt, give each of them 1 piece of black bread first. Tanya gave the order. Felt, who had never fought anyone with real weapons before, stared at Tanya standing alone amid the crowd. Her small heart received a tremendous shock. Facing dozens of children her own age alone, even if they were all disabled, Tanya had still stepped forward without fear and driven her dagger viciously into one of their bodies. Looking at the blood on the ground and recalling Tanya's figure just now, felt an indescribable emotion begin rising in her heart. Felt? Huh! Yes, I understand, big sis. Only after Tanya called her again did Felt snap back to herself. She hurriedly did as Tanya said and quickly distributed black bread to everyone present, 1 piece each. Once they had black bread in their hands, the tense atmosphere among the crowd eased considerably. Eat. Since I've given it to you, it's yours. I believe you can all see that there is even more black bread over there. Tanya pointed beside Felt as she spoke. All of this is my greeting gift to you. Of course, I'm not giving it to you for free. Her words paused slightly as Tanya observed the children's expressions. From today onward, I don't care whether you steal, rob, or beg. Your earnings no longer need to be handed over to other gangs. Instead, 2/3 will be turned over to me. Of course, as long as you pay, if anyone dares bully you in the future, I will naturally seek justice on your behalf. This is a very worthwhile transaction, isn't it? A little money in exchange for safety and a little care. Compared to the gangs currently weighing down on you, I am already very merciful, am I not? Tanya smiled. At the very least, I won't take everything from you, and I will provide something in return. Silence. Just as before, the crowd remained silent. After hearing Tanya's words, none of the children responded. Some of the more flexible-minded ones secretly looked at the black bread not far away. Some of the more honest ones looked at the expression on Tanya's face, hesitant and uncertain. Tanya was not in a hurry. Instead, she slowly walked back to Felt's side. Whoever has made up their mind may come over and receive bread. The moment her voice fell, someone spoke. I'm willing. The one who spoke was a boy with one disabled leg. He stumbled forward, his face full of a flattering smile. What is your name? Tanya took out paper and pen, speaking with a smile that was not quite a smile. Believe me, if you're only trying to cheat me for bread, I guarantee there will be no place for you in these slums from now on. My name is Lei. Very good. Does anyone know him? Tell me whether his name really is Lei. Anyone who answers can take 5 pieces of black bread. His name isn't Lei. His name is Carl. At the very front, a boy lying on the ground with both legs crippled suddenly spoke, stammering. That's right. We all call him Lame Carl. He's not Lei at all. Very quickly, others who knew the boy reacted and began speaking one after another. Tanya nodded toward Felt, having her take black bread to the people who had just answered. Then Tanya looked at the cripple before her, whose face was now full of anger, and smiled. Congratulations. You made the wrong choice. Cold light flashed. Lame Carl had a dagger buried in his chest and fell stiffly to the ground. The crowd cried out again, but the sound was interrupted by Tanya's clapping. A small interlude. I hope all of us can be a little more honest with each other. Do not betray my kind intentions. I believe none of you wish for more unpleasant things to happen, correct? War. Killing. These were things Tanya deeply detested. Humans slaughtering one another could even be considered one of the vilest acts in human history, useful for nothing but wasting resources and manpower. But at the same time, she understood very clearly. In a place like the slums, where the law of the jungle was supreme, if she wanted to achieve her goal, killing the chicken to scare the monkeys was necessary. Only the stick and the sweet date together would allow her plan to gradually unfold. And the children before her were her first step. By conquering and integrating them, she would earn the wealth she currently needed most. Compared to the grand fantasy of conquering the entire world, dominating the slums was her current first stage objective. As long as she made a beginning, anyone would be able to compare and see that she was absolutely a kinder boss than those gangs. What she needed to do was display the power to protect them. After that, everything would proceed smoothly. I like your initiative. Tell me your name. Tanya looked down at the boy lying on the ground, the first one who had spoken up earlier, and asked from above. Shura. My name is Shura. The boy hurriedly answered. Then, after hesitating for a moment, he spoke somewhat uncertainly. If we hand our money over to you, can you really protect us? Those gangs. Join here to read ahead. In Star Rail, Ultra Beast Armored, Have I Caught Equilibrium? L. Chapter 80. Umamusum, But I Only Have 5 Years Left to Live, Chapter 178. Zenless Zone 0, I'm a Doctor, Not a Bang Boo, Chapter 142. Ben Tennyson Wants to Join the Justice League, 126. Tide Moon, Redemption Beginning with the Holy Grail War, Chapter 110. Yu-Gi-Oh! Transmigrated into the White Dragon Girl, Chapter 181. Is this chat group even serious? Chapter 103. I, Lord Ravager, Utterly Loyal, Chapter 192. Can Playing Games Save the World? 65. Crossover Anime Multiverse, The Demon Hunter of an Unnatural World 77. From Junkman to Wasteland 66. Weekly refresh of Overpowered 31. I'm grinding proficiency like 46. From Kiana, Lord Ravager, Anwa 173. Honkai, is this still the previous 42? Elf, my starter Pokemon is Ink 65. Warhammer, my Primarch is Remy 166. From Demon Slayer to Grand S 110. The way the Umamusum look at 68. Umamusum, but my cheat power 190. Naruto, Weaving the Future, B65. Zenless Zone 0, but Cayman are 76. Multiverse Crossover, The Perf 66. My Cyber Psycho Girlfriend 65. Umamusum, The Dark Trainer 165. Umamusum, A Calamity Born FR 156. I, A Reincarnation Loop Player 81. The Violent Girl Group is Beat 102. Umamusum, The Horse Girl Who's 66. Umamusum, From Beginner 120. Becoming a Horse Girl, I will 80. Umamusum, I want all 95. I can copy unique skills 84. Summoning an evil god, but the 66. Supernatural Multiverse 83. My harem is indescribable 75. Jujutsu Kaisen, Heroic Spirit 81. I'm just a Valkyrie passing through. 67. Umamusum, today is another romantic battlefield 75. Still playing traditional honk 55. The most filial son under heave 60. What should I do after Switchy Volume 2/3? Reincarnated as a demon, skill 57. Hell difficulty dungeon? 45. Transmigrated as Sukna 55. Checking in Demon Slayer 60. the reincarnating trainer of Tracen Academy 65. I refuse to become a heroic 35. My best friend into a slime? 35. A scion stands above Marvel 39. What do you mean by using a lab mod to be the hero? 58. Tanya starts from Re 030. Why did they assign me to Uma 35? MYGO Beauties 42. My Patreon, patreon.com/queen_sin. Chapter 11 Concern. A soft, fair hand swept decisively before Shura's face like a sharp blade cutting down every unknown enemy, interrupting his words. There is no need to fear. No need to be afraid. No need to worry. Tanya raised her chin slightly. Deep within her ruby-red eyes, an even darker crimson seemed to stir faintly. If there are any problems, those gang members will come looking for me first. As she spoke, she smiled. Then she bent down, looked at Shura before her, reached out, pinched his chin, and gently lifted it. After all, in the eyes of both the gangs and myself, all of you are valuable assets. Everyone, entrust yourselves to me without fear. Greater wealth. Better lives. I promise that is what I can bring you. As for the gangs, they absolutely will not be a threat, nor are they something you should worry about. Even people as miserable as you surely do not want to keep living under the oppression of gangs forever. And I will be your only chance, as well as your only way out. Looking at the little girl before him, with golden hair, red eyes, and a face as beautiful as an angel's, Shura froze for a moment. Seeing the reckless, arrogant smile rising at the corner of her mouth, he subconsciously recalled Tanya's earlier words. Given the current situation, whether compared against the gangs or considered from any other angle, Tanya was undoubtedly the best choice. I'm willing to join. Shura said so. Although his words were somewhat stammered, his meaning was expressed very clearly. Welcome. You won't regret the choice you made today. Tanya smiled and accepted the first person to surrender. Under the effect of both the stick and the sweet date, once someone took the lead and joined, the rest naturally became much simpler. Especially since the situation was stronger than they were. Not joining was no longer an option. As for whether someone might temporarily join and then run away afterward. Putting aside the question of where penniless, disabled orphans like them could even run to, the two corpses on the ground alone were already enough to serve as intimidation. To those gangs, these children were all meal tickets that earned money. Under ordinary circumstances, aside from beatings and scoldings, the gangs would not take their lives. But the little girl before them clearly did not care about such things. Even if what she had just said might only be threats, no one dared gamble with their own life. The bodies on the ground were the best proof. As for everything else, they could let the gangs talk to this golden-haired little girl themselves. Whether those people fought to the death or did something else had nothing to do with them. I'll join too. Me too. Tanya registered the names of everyone present one by one, while Felt helped distribute the black bread beside her. At the same time, Felt used her short knife to cut the ham gifted by the shop into small pieces, doing her best to give everyone a little. It might not have been much, but at least they could taste it. These children, who could only obtain a single piece of black bread after an entire day under the gangs, began devouring the bread ravenously the moment they received it. Even the two corpses nearby did not affect their appetite in the slightest. Some ate too quickly and nearly choked until their eyes rolled back, beating their own chests nonstop. Enjoy this greeting gift properly. Tomorrow evening, we gather here again. For my sake, and for your own, work hard, everyone. After saying this, Tanya had no intention of lingering any longer. She called out to Felt and headed toward the loot house. Felt looked at the group before her, desperately stuffing black bread into their mouths like a pack of ghouls. Not daring to look any longer, she quickly followed Tanya and left. As the two of them departed, the crowd gradually scattered as well. As for the two corpses on the ground, no one cared at all. One night would be enough for those bodies to disappear. In the slums, corpses were always the most common thing. Regardless of season or weather, they could appear anywhere at any time. Knock, knock, knock. Tanya stood before the door of the loot house and knocked. The dragon's blessing. Tanya folded her arms and stared expressionlessly at the door without saying a word. Felt looked at her, then at the door. Perhaps because of the milk, she was also unusually obedient today and said nothing. After a long while, seeing that no one spoke, the door still opened. Old Man Ram spoke in a somewhat complaining tone. Tanya, this habit of yours really isn't a good one. But haven't you gotten used to it already, Old Man Ram? Tanya walked straight into the loot house and spoke flatly. The reason she had chosen the small bridge in front of the loot house as the gathering point was naturally because she had considered it carefully. If any problem truly occurred, she could immediately retreat to the loot house, and Old Man Ram would also be able to come out and support her. She refused to believe that with all the commotion earlier, Old Man Ram had not noticed anything from inside the loot house. So things like passcodes were completely unnecessary. Well, what you say isn't exactly wrong. What was happening outside just now? It was so noisy. Once you get old, you get sleepy so easily. Old Man Ram acted as though he had just woken up, speaking while pouring milk for the two of them. Big Sis killed someone just now. Seeing the milk, Felt instinctively glanced at Tanya, pushed the cup toward her, and then said this excitedly. You did well today, so I won't take it from you. Tanya pushed the milk back, picked up her own cup, and took a small sip as she spoke. Woohoo! Felt gets to drink 2 cups of milk today. Felt's eyes lit up. She happily picked up the milk and cheered. Killed someone? That isn't something pleasant. Of course, if someone was bullying you, that's another matter. Old Man Ram looked at Tanya and said this to her. Did you run into some trouble? This old man isn't so old that he can't still move. There was no trouble. Some people simply couldn't read the atmosphere. Old Man Ram saw that Tanya showed not the slightest tension or fear after killing someone. As usual, she drank her milk in small sips, her expression calm. The words of comfort he had prepared in his heart suddenly became impossible to say. She was clearly only a 7-year-old little girl, but every time he spoke with her, Old Man Ram felt as though he were communicating with an adult. Judging from your appearance, you should be fine. If there is trouble, come tell me immediately. Even so, Old Man Ram still gave her a serious reminder. Don't worry, Old Man Ram. I won't do anything beyond my abilities. As Tanya spoke, she put down the cup in her hand, licked the milk from her lips, and smiled. Join here to read ahead. In Star Rail, Ultra Beast Armored, have I caught equilibrium? L. Chapter 80. Umamusum, but I only have 5 years left to live, Chapter 178. Zenless Zone 0, I'm a doctor, not a bang boo, Chapter 142. Ben Tennyson wants to join the Justice League, 126. Tide Moon, Redemption beginning with the Holy Grail War, Chapter 110. Yu-Gi-Oh! Transmigrated into the White Dragon Girl, Chapter 181. Is this chat group even serious? Chapter 103. I, Lord Ravager, utterly loyal. Chapter 192. Can playing games save the world? 65. Crossover Anime Multiverse, The Demon Hunter of an Unnatural World 77. From Junkman to Wasteland 66. Weekly refresh of Overpowered 31. I'm grinding proficiency like 46. From Kiana, Lord Ravager, Anwa 173. Honkai, is this still the previous 42? Elf, my starter Pokemon is Ink 65. Warhammer, my Primarch is Remy 166. From Demon Slayer to Grand S 110. The way the Umamusum look at 68. Umamusum, but my cheat power 190. Naruto, Weaving the Future, B65. Zenless Zone 0, but Cayman R76. Multiverse Crossover, The Perf 66. My Cyber Psycho Girlfriend 65. Uma Museum, The Dark Trainer 165. Uma Museum, A Calamity Born FR 156. I, A Reincarnation Loop Player 81. The Violent Girl Group is Beat 102. Uma Museum, The Horse Girl Who 66. Uma Museum, From Beginner 120. Becoming a Horse Girl, I Will 80. Uma Museum, I Want All 95. I Can Copy Unique Skills 84. Summoning an Evil God, but the 66. Supernatural Multiverse 83. My Harem is Indescribable 75. Jujutsu Kaisen, Heroic Spirit 81. I'm Just a Valkyrie Passing Through. 67. Uma Museum, Today is Another Romantic Battlefield 75. Still Playing Traditional Honk 55. The Most Filial Son Under Heave 60. What Should I Do After Switchy Volume 2/3? Reincarnated as a Demon, Skill 57. Hell Difficulty Dungeon? 45. Transmigrated as Sukuna 55. Checking in Demon Slayer 60. The Reincarnating Trainer of Tracen Academy 65. I Refuse to Become a Heroic 35. My Best Friend Into a Slime? 35. A Scion Stands Above Marvel 39. What do you mean by using a lab mod to be the hero? 58. Tanya starts from Re 030. Why did they assign me to Uma 35? MYGO Beauties 42. My Patreon, patreon.com/queen_sin. Chapter 12, We Are Merciful. The next day, the sunlight was just right. It was fine weather. Big sis, do you think those people will really come today? Felt asked Tanya curiously. In her opinion, after those people had scattered like a swarm yesterday, probably not even 2 of them would come back today. Whether they come or not makes no difference to us. Tanya spoke with an indifferent expression. If they come, everyone is happy. If they don't come, that is also a good thing. We'll simply follow the names they left yesterday and find them one by one. Unless they no longer live in the slums, they will absolutely be found. There is no such thing as disappearing. And once we deal with those people, the next time we do this, no one will dare not come. At this stage, the main goal was to establish her reputation. Once she had a reputation, everything afterward would become much easier. Right now, the name she had made by killing the chicken to scare the monkeys was only circulating among those 50 people. Everything was still just beginning. Hearing Tanya's words, Felt looked as though she wanted to say something but stopped herself. After hesitating for a while, she finally whispered, "Big sis, are we sure this is okay? That would mean killing so many people." In the slums, death was a very common thing. But when it came to killing people, apart from yesterday, Felt had truly never experienced it before. She was still somewhat unused to it. Felt. Tanya came to the well, slowly drew up half a bucket of water, and began washing up for the morning. "Who do you think exploits them more harshly? Us or the gangs?" "The gangs," Felt answered without hesitation. The gangs took away all of their income, while Tanya and Felt only demanded 2/3. Crystal clear droplets of water slid down Tanya's face, sparkling transparently beneath the morning sunlight. Her slightly damp golden hair clung to her skin, giving her entire person an indescribable air. "You see? Our actions are merciful. We are doing this for their own good. As for killing, that is merely unavoidable. It is to let more people know about this matter, to free them from the gang's exploitation, and to allow them to live better, more orderly lives. Are we not doing a good deed? Sacrificing a small number of people to save the majority, is there anything wrong with that?" After finishing her wash, Tanya raised her head and looked at the sun in the sky. She spread her arms as though she were embracing the entire world. Her eyes narrowed slightly, as if she were enjoying this moment. Felt, we are not villains. We are their saviors. We are the saviors of the slums. Looking at Tanya like this, Felt froze. She opened her mouth, but she did not know what to say. And at the same time, this place will be our starting point. Our first step toward exploring this world. You don't want to stay in these slums for your entire life either, do you, Felt? Tanya lowered her head and looked at Felt. The corners of her crimson lips stretched toward her ears, revealing an intensely infectious smile. Felt pressed her lips together. Tanya's words struck her heart like a battering ram. That was true. Even though she was still young, what Tanya had said was the truth. Felt also wanted to see more places and witness different scenery. She did not want to be like those orphans, living only a short 10 or so years before dying in these stinking slums, letting her flesh and bones be buried in the rotten mud here. I understand, big sis. Felt nodded hard, looking as though she had finally awakened to the truth, her little fists clenched. I'll work hard to help. Tanya stepped forward with a bright smile and reached out to pat Felt's head. Then I'll be counting on you, Felt. That warm, gentle smile was something Felt had never seen on Tanya's face before. Joy rose in her heart. A happy smile spread across her face, and she nodded vigorously in response. What Felt did not notice, however, was that there was not the slightest trace of a smile in the depths of Tanya's emerald-red eyes. If Tanya wanted to complete the plan she envisioned, relying on herself alone would certainly not be enough. Naturally, she had to build her own team. And as her blood-related sister, after receiving Tanya's guidance, Felt's motivation immediately rose. Morning was Tanya's reading time. Afternoon was training time. Usually, at this hour, Felt would run out and play wildly, then return for training in the afternoon. But after Tanya gave her a bowl of motivational chicken soup and painted her a grand promise, a sense of responsibility suddenly welled up in Felt's heart. Big sis, do you think we should go watch those people? What if they run into gang members causing trouble? What if they… Felt chattered endlessly beside her ear. Tanya somewhat helplessly moved her gaze away from the book and looked at her. Felt, there is actually another task I need you to do. What task? Felt's eyes lit up, and she immediately leaned closer, looking as though she was ready to be ordered around as much as Tanya pleased. Among the children in the slums, aside from beggars, there should also be quite a few thieves, yes? Of course. There are tons of them. As long as they don't have serious disabilities that affect movement, almost all of them are involved to some degree. It's similar to the previous task. Go find the children with good stealing skills and select a portion of them. When the time is right, I'll notify you to gather them. Just like yesterday? Yes. Just like yesterday. Then I understand. Just wait for my good news. Felt said this with a cheerful grin, then sprang up and rushed toward the door. Old Man Ram, who had only recently gotten out of bed, had just arrived in the backyard when he saw Felt's figure flash past. Somewhat confused, he scratched his head. What is Felt running off to do? She discovered the meaning and goal of life, so she went to do something that interests her. Tanya continued looking at the book in her hands and answered without lifting her head. The book was something she had bought along the way yesterday when she went to buy bread. It was not anything profound, but a collection of news. That was right. This world also had newspapers. It was just that the publication cycle was quite long. They were not issued every day. There might only be 2 or 3 sheets in an entire month. The stack she bought consisted of old, expired newspapers. They had not cost much, only a dozen or so copper coins. As for new books, she would consider those after the matters at hand were mostly settled. After all, in an era like this, books were not cheap. The meaning and goal of life? Old man Ram's expression turned strange. It was truly difficult for him to connect that phrase with a 7-year-old child, especially someone as carefree as Feld usually was. Join here to read ahead. In Star Rail, Ultra Beast Armored, Have I Caught Equilibrium? L. Chapter 80. Umamusum, but I only have 5 years left to live, Chapter 178. Zenless Zone 0, I'm a doctor, not a bang boo, Chapter 142. Ben Tennyson wants to join the Justice League, 126. Tide Moon, Redemption beginning with the Holy Grail War, Chapter 110. Yu-Gi-Oh! Transmigrated into the White Dragon Girl, Chapter 181. Is this chat group even serious? Chapter 103. I, Lord Ravager, utterly loyal. Chapter 192. Can playing games save the world? 65. Crossover Anime Multiverse, The Demon Hunter of an Unnatural World 77. From Junkman to Wasteland 66. Weekly refresh of Overpowered 31. I'm grinding proficiency like 46. From Kiana, Lord Ravager, Anwa 173. Honkai, is this still the previous 42? Elf, my starter Pokemon is Ink 65. Warhammer, my Primarch is Remy 166. From Demon Slayer to Grand S 110. The way the Umamusum look at 68. Umamusum, but my cheat power 190. Naruto, Weaving the Future, B65. Zenless Zone 0, but Cayman R 76. Multiverse Crossover, The Perf 66. My Cyber Psycho Girlfriend 65. Umamusum, The Dark Trainer 165. Umamusum, A Calamity Born FR 156. I, A Reincarnation Loop Player 81. The Violent Girl Group is Beat 102. Umamusum, The Horse Girl Who 66. Umamusum, From Beginner 120. Becoming a Horse Girl, I will 80. Umamusum, I want all 95. I can copy unique skills 84. Summoning an evil god, but the 66. Supernatural Multiverse 83. My harem is indescribable 75. Jujutsu Kaisen, Heroic Spirit 81. I'm just a Valkyrie passing through. 67. Umamusum, today is another romantic battlefield 75. Still playing traditional honk 55. The most filial son under heave 60. What should I do after Switchy Volume 2/3? Reincarnated as a demon, skill 57. Hell difficulty dungeon? 45. Transmigrated as Sukuna 55. Checking in Demon Slayer 60. The reincarnating trainer of Tracen Academy 65. I refuse to become a heroic 35. My best friend into a slime? 35. A scion stands above Marvel 39. What do you mean by using a lab mod to be the hero? 58. Tanya starts from Re 030. Why did they assign me to Uma 35? MYGO Beauties 42. My Patreon, patreon.com/queen_sin. Chapter 13, Gains and Trouble. Feld did not return until noon. After hastily taking a few bites of food, she hurried out again. Judging by her current state, this mood would probably continue for a while. Tanya did not have many feelings about it. In the afternoon, she continued training as usual. Old Man Ram seemed rather busy today. He left her alone at home and went off somewhere, though she did not know what he was doing. Only when evening arrived and the sky looked about right did Tanya calmly pat the dust from her body, wipe the dirt from her face, and head outside. She slowly arrived at the small bridge where she had gathered the disabled orphans yesterday. With her hands behind her back, she stood by the bridge, admiring the beautiful sunset at the edge of the sky. The orange sunlight coated her petite body in a layer of gold. After waiting for a while, the sound of footsteps came from behind. The familiar rhythm told Tanya it was Felt without even needing to turn around. "Big sis, no one's come yet?" Fine beads of sweat covered Felt's forehead as she spoke, slightly out of breath. Clearly, she had spent the whole afternoon running all over the place, using up no small amount of stamina. We'll wait a little longer." Tanya spoke unhurriedly, still gazing at the evening glow in the sky. "Should I go look for those guys?" "No need. They have already been given their final chance. If they do not come, that means they have chosen death. We should respect other people's choices, shouldn't we?" Hearing that, Felt did not know what to say. The two sisters stood there in the afterglow of the setting sun, quietly waiting. Fortunately, they did not have to wait too long. "Big sis, someone's coming!" Just as the sun was gradually sinking toward the horizon, Felt, who had been looking around, suddenly spoke with a trace of excitement in her voice. Tanya turned her head and saw a boy crawling along the ground, struggling toward their position. She remembered this boy. Yesterday, he had been the first to respond and agreed to join. His name was Shura. "This is what I earned today. 15 copper coins in total. How much should I hand over?" And he was not the only one. Behind him, more orphans were arriving one after another. Tanya looked at the copper coins lying in Shura's filthy hand. She paid no attention to the grime on them. She came before Shura, took all the copper coins one by one, then counted out 5 and placed them back into his hand. "This is what belongs to you for today." Shura looked at the 5 copper coins in his hand, his palm trembling slightly. Even though he had not experienced much and did not understand complicated arithmetic very well, he knew one thing. 2 copper coins could buy 1 piece of black bread. Now, in his hand, what belonged to him was enough for 2.5 pieces of black bread. If he had handed everything over to the gang, all of it would only have earned him 1 piece of black bread. The difference was obvious. Thank you." Tanya gently closed Shura's hand around the coins, a faint smile on her face. "I hope you work just as hard tomorrow. For your own sake." Having tasted the sweetness of reward for the first time, Shura instinctively nodded hard. I will. Next." Tanya straightened, handed the copper coins to Felt, took out the paper and pen she carried, and placed a check beside Shura's name. Her voice was crisp and pleasant. The next child stepped forward and handed over the copper coins in his possession. Tanya collected them one by one. After taking the portion that belonged to her, she returned the remainder to them. This act of taking everything first, then handing part of it back, completely changed the meaning of the money. The money in their hands transformed from something they had earned by begging into something bestowed upon them by Tanya. One orphan after another handed over their copper coins, and one name after another was marked with a check. Beside her, Felt, who was holding the money, was grinning from ear to ear. It was not that she had never seen this much money before. Yesterday, when old man Ram handed over 10 gold coins, she had seen it with her own eyes. But money given by someone else and money earned by oneself were 2 completely different concepts. Felt had not prepared a money pouch, so she could only use her clothes to form a small pocket. At this moment, that little pocket was filled with copper coins. The jingling sound they made was, to her ears, more beautiful than anything else. Once everyone had handed over their copper coins, the matter came to an end. Tanya looked at the list in her hand. Out of the 50 people, more had come than she expected. 47 had arrived in total. In one day, those who earned less had begged 7 or 8 copper coins. Those who earned more had roughly 20-something. With a rough calculation, they had made more than 500 copper coins in a single day. In other words, in one day, she had already earned back the 5 silver coins she had invested yesterday. As for the 3 names without check marks, they were the newest materials for killing the chicken to scare the monkeys. Just as Tanya was silently thinking this and preparing to ask the people before her whether anyone knew where those three had gone, several figures walked over from not far away beneath the dimming sky. Oka, Siri, Arando. Does anyone know these three? Do you know where they went? Lead me to them, and 10 copper coins are yours. Tanya looked at the people who had yet to leave and raised her voice. The moment they heard 10 copper coins, the orphans' eyes immediately lit up. For them, having only just earned money, 10 copper coins was truly a huge sum. I know where that guy named Durando lives. Someone immediately raised a hand and spoke quickly. The people felt had found were not simply from one particular street, but from the entire slum district. Although the slums were where the lowest commoners lived, the area itself was not small at all. Because of that, finding just a few people would be quite difficult without someone familiar with them. Hey! What's going on here? Are you trying to make me laugh? A bunch of crippled freaks offering tribute to some brat who hasn't even grown hair yet? Under the darkening sky, 4 or 5 people walked over from the distance. The extremely mocking voice instantly interrupted the orphans who had just been excited over the 10 copper coins. Tanya looked in the direction the voice came from. Reflected clearly in her ruby-clear eyes were the faces of those people. Worn-out clothes. Unkempt faces. Thin bodies. In the city, they were exactly the sort of low-born dirtlegs who would be looked down upon. At this moment, however, each of them wore a fierce expression. The man in the lead was even playing with a dagger that gave off a cold gleam. But what drew Tanya's attention was not that. Rather, it was the disabled orphan being dragged over by the leader, who had him by the neck as a hostage. That person was one of yesterday's group. Join here to read ahead. In Star Rail, Ultra Beast Armored, Have I Caught Equilibrium? L. Chapter 80. Umamusum, But I Only Have 5 Years Left to Live, Chapter 178. Zenless Zone 0, I'm a Doctor, Not a Bang Boo, Chapter 142. Ben Tennyson Wants to Join the Justice League, 126. Tide Moon, Redemption Beginning with the Holy Grail War, Chapter 110. Yu-Gi-Oh! Transmigrated into the White Dragon Girl, Chapter 181. Is this chat group even serious? Chapter 103. I, Lord Ravager, Utterly Loyal, Chapter 192. Can Playing Games Save the World? 65. Crossover Anime Multiverse, The Demon Hunter of an Unnatural World 77. From Junkman to Wasteland 66. Weekly refresh of Overpowered 31. I'm grinding proficiency like 46. From Kiana, Lord Ravager, Anwa 173. Honkai, is this still the previous 42? Elf, my starter Pokemon is Ink 65. Warhammer, my Primarch is Remy 166. From Demon Slayer to Grand S 110. The way the Umamusum look at 68. Umamusum, but my cheat power 190. Naruto, Weaving the Future, B65. Zenless Zone 0, but Cayman are 76. Multiverse Crossover, The Perf 66. My Cyber Psycho Girlfriend 65. Umamusum, The Dark Trainer 165. Umamusum, A Calamity Born FR 156. I, a Reincarnation Loop Player 81. The Violent Girl Group is Beat 102. Umamusum, The Horse Girl Who's 66. Umamusum, From Beginner 120. Becoming a Horse Girl, I will 80. Umamusum, I want all 95. I can copy unique skills 84. Summoning an evil god, but the 66. Supernatural Multiverse 83. My harem is indescribable 75. Jujutsu Kaisen, Heroic Spirit 81. I'm just a Valkyrie passing through. 67. Umamusum, Today is Another Romantic Battlefield 75. Still playing traditional honk 55. The most filial son under heave 60. What should I do after Switchy Volume 2/3? Reincarnated as a demon, skill 57. Hell difficulty dungeon? 45. Transmigrated as Sukna 55. Checking in Demon Slayer 60. The reincarnating trainer of Tracen Academy 65. I refuse to become a heroic 35. My best friend into a slime? 35. A scion stands above Marvel 39. What do you mean by using a lab mod to be the hero? 58. Tanya starts from Re 030. Why did they assign me to Uma 35? MYGO Beauties 42. My Patreon, patreon.com/queen_sin. Chapter 14, I heard your plea. Seeing the newcomers, the orphans who had originally gathered together immediately shrank back as though they had seen something terrifying. Tanya narrowed her eyes and looked at the people before her, yet there was not the slightest trace of panic in her expression. Because of the chaos in the slums, there were many gangs here. Every day, gangs were formed, and every day, gangs were wiped out. As for this group of begging orphans Felt had gathered, it was no exaggeration to say that several gangs stood behind them. However, since Tanya had already done these things, she had naturally considered what might happen. By comparison, Tanya even felt it was somewhat regrettable that only 2 of them had come today. The scale is still a little too small, Tanya thought silently. Beside her, Felt was slightly nervous and quietly introduced them by Tanya's ear. Big sis, those are people from Black Arrow. They're a small gang. There are probably a dozen or so of them. They usually gather around Rat Tail Alley. Tanya raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised that Felt understood the situation so clearly. You actually know quite a lot. What else did you think I was running around doing today? I'm pretty capable too, you know. Felt puffed out her chest slightly and said this with a hint of pride. But right after saying that, the nervousness returned to her face. What should we do now? Should we call Old Man Ram? While the 2 sisters were whispering to each other, the Black Arrow members on the other side were also discussing something. Those 2 little brats seem to be the ones that old giant took in. You mean the one from the loot house? That's him. In the shadows, Old Man Ram was secretly watching everything. After witnessing what happened yesterday, Old Man Ram felt much more at ease. No matter how one looked at it, Tanya's performance far surpassed that of a 7-year-old child. But today's opponents were not like yesterday's orphans, who had only been fierce on the surface but weak inside. This time, her opponents were adults. And not just one. Even if the 2 sisters joined forces, they absolutely could not be their match. I'll step out once they realize they can't handle this. Let them learn a small lesson first. Old Man Ram made up his mind. In a place like the slums, children could not be spoiled too much. They had to experience wind and rain before they could grow. As for this so-called Black Arrow, a small gang of just over a dozen people, Old Man Ram truly did not take them seriously at all. Putting aside the fact that his own strength was enough to deal with them, he had rooted himself in the slums for so many years. He still had some connections in various places. If such an obscure little gang could threaten him, then he would be far too useless. The exchange between the 2 sides lasted only a few sentences. Hey, go call that old giant out. After communicating among themselves, the Black Arrow thugs also knew very well that Old Man Ram was not easy to deal with. Their originally aggressive attitude restrained itself slightly. You touched Black Arrow's property. You have to give us an explanation. If they ran away without a word just because the other side was that old giant, this matter would definitely spread throughout the slums by the next day. At that point, Black Arrow would no longer be able to keep going. They might as well disband outright. Of course, part of what they relied on was the fact that after Old Man Ram took in Tanya and Felt, his temper had grown much milder over the years. Facing the words of those Black Arrow members, Tanya's delicate face remained calm. She ignored them, not even giving them much of a glance. Instead, she looked at the beggar child being held hostage. If I remember correctly, your name should be Arando. The reason you didn't come today is because these people caught you? Tanya's voice was peaceful and carried no obvious emotion. It did not sound as though she were confronting someone and about to fall into a fight, but rather as though she were speaking with a friend. Arando, who had been taken hostage, trembled at the lips, but he did not dare say anything at all. You little wretch, did you not hear me? Hurry up and call that old giant out. Or are you planning to use yourself to calm our anger? I imagine that old giant wouldn't offend us just for a little girl like you. The other party's gaze brazenly wandered over Tanya, the filthy intent in his eyes completely undisguised. In a place like the slums, the bottom line of humanity could sink without limit. Women were an especially vulnerable group here. Almost every moment, someone was being violated. Among such people, there were even those who would not spare children of Tanya's age. Compared to those filthy, foul-smelling girls, the cute and clean Tanya was like a pure white flower blooming from the mud, stirring in them the urge to defile it. There's no need to be afraid. Do you still remember what I said yesterday? A little money in exchange for safety and some care. Tanya wore a smile on her face, her gentle voice interrupting the other party's words. Her crimson eyes looked at Arando in the man's grip, filled with encouragement. Now, all you need to do is say it bravely. I will help you. Her soft voice was not loud, but it was exceptionally firm, clearly entering everyone's ears. Meeting Tanya's gaze, Arando's breathing gradually grew rapid. You stupid, festering bastard! Even a dog understands human words better than you. The thug holding the dagger finally ran out of patience and walked directly toward Tanya, apparently intending to teach her a proper lesson. Felt instinctively drew the short knife at her waist, but her somewhat unsteady movement immediately drew laughter from the other side. Tanya still stood in place without making any movement, maintaining her smile as she looked at Arando. Under these circumstances, after struggling internally several times, Arando finally shouted with trembling lips. I wanted to come, but they caught me. Smack. Before Arando could finish speaking, the thug beside him raised his hand and slapped him. The weak, disabled boy was directly knocked down into the muddy ground. Who told you to talk? Even a dog wouldn't drag a severed limb around like that. You're more disgusting than a slug in a gutter. That slap left the boy's ears ringing. He lay sprawled in the mud for a long time, unable to get up. And yet, at that very moment, that familiar, gentle voice sounded. Your plea. I heard it. The sound of something heavy falling made the thugs freeze. Their gazes shifted, and they saw that the companion who had just gone to trouble the girl had already collapsed. Join here to read ahead. In Star Rail, Ultra Beast Armored, Have I Caught Equilibrium? L. Chapter 80. Umamusum, But I Only Have 5 Years Left to Live, Chapter 178. Zenless Zone 0, I'm a Doctor, Not a Bang Boo, Chapter 142. Ben Tennyson Wants to Join the Justice League, 126. Tide Moon, Redemption Beginning with the Holy Grail War, Chapter 110. Yu-Gi-Oh! Transmigrated into the White Dragon Girl, Chapter 181. Is this chat group even serious? Chapter 103. I, Lord Ravager, Utterly Loyal, Chapter 192. Can Playing Games Save the World? 65. Crossover Anime Multiverse, The Demon Hunter of an Unnatural World 77. From Junkman to Wasteland 66. Weekly refresh of Overpowered 31. I'm grinding proficiency like 46. From Kiana, Lord Ravager, Anwa 173. Honkai, is this still the previous 42? Elf, my starter Pokemon is Ink 65. Warhammer, my Primarch is Remy 166. From Demon Slayer to Grand S110. The way the Umamusum look at 68. Umamusum, but my cheat power 190. Naruto, Weaving the Future, B65. Zenless Zone 0, but Kamen R76. Multiverse Crossover, The Perf 66. My Cyber Psycho Girlfriend 65. Umamusum, The Dark Trainer 165. Umamusum, A Calamity Born FR 156. I, A Reincarnation Loop Player 81. The Violent Girl Group is Beat 102. Umamusum, The Horse Girl Who 66. Umamusum, From Beginner 120. Becoming a Horse Girl, I will 80. Umamusum, I want all 95. I can copy unique skills 84. Summoning an evil god, but the 66. Supernatural Multiverse 83. My harem is indescribable 75. Jujutsu Kaisen, Heroic Spirit 81. I'm just a Valkyrie passing through. 67. Umamusum, Today is another romantic battlefield 75. Still playing traditional honk 55. The most filial son under heave 60. What should I do after Switchy Volume 2/3? Reincarnated as a demon, skill 57. Hell difficulty dungeon? 45. Transmigrated as Sukuna 55. Checking in Demon Slayer 60. The reincarnating trainer of Tracen Academy 65. I refuse to become a heroic 35. My best friend into a slime? 35. A scion stands above Marvel 39. What do you mean by using a lab mod to be the hero? 58. Tanya starts from Re 030. Why did they assign me to Uma 35? MYGO Beauties 42. My Patreon, patreon.com/queen_sin. Chapter 15, Lord, please hear my prayer. And the golden-haired little girl was slowly drawing a dagger stained red with blood from his chest. John! You son of a whore! I'll nail you to that old giant's door! Seeing their companion die, the thugs instantly flew into a rage. They no longer paid attention to Arando, who had just spoken, and charged forward with nail hammers and broken blades in hand. If the one who killed their companion had been anyone else, they probably would have been more cautious. But the one before them was Tanya. Golden hair. Red eyes. A girl so adorable she seemed to have walked out of a fairy tale. With that appearance, one that inspired no sense of threat at all, it was far too easy for people to have all sorts of thoughts. At most, they probably thought their companion had simply failed to expect that she would actually dare attack. Big sis! Felt cried out in alarm and hurriedly ran to Tanya's side. But the way she struggled while dragging her short knife looked rather funny, showing no combat ability whatsoever. Tanya stretched an arm sideways and stopped her. Big sis? Felt's face was full of anxiety, unable to understand what Tanya meant. Leave this to me. Only then did Felt realize that even now, the smile on Tanya's face remained unchanged, calm and composed. It was as if the ones running toward her were not several adults who crushed her in strength, speed, and every other aspect, but a ridiculous joke. In the shadows, Old Man Ram saw this and stepped forward, preparing to come out. Having trained the two sisters for so long, he understood their strength better than anyone. Tanya's decisiveness in killing could indeed raise her combat ability by quite a bit, but it was absolutely not enough to handle the current situation. They really don't let these old bones of mine rest. Fine, I'll treat it as stretching my body. Old Man Ram muttered to himself. But just as he was about to make his move, a sudden change occurred in the field. The thugs were about to arrive in front of Tanya. Tanya, who had kept Felt blocked behind her the entire time, gripped her dagger as a murmur sounded from her mouth. Lord! The young girl's tender voice was cold, yet carried a trace of clarity. It was like the prayer of the most devout believer. Within her words, that sacred feeling was utterly out of place against the dim, filthy slums. Please hear my prayer. Along with the prayer, her red eyes transformed under some sacred power into a brilliant gold. Please lend your ear to my wish. An invisible aura spread from Tanya's small body. Let the hammer descend from heaven. After 7 years. After so long since arriving in this world, that magnificent and familiar power once again appeared within Tanya's body. In this world without gods, a miracle was revealed before the eyes of mortals for the first time. Buzz! The dagger in Tanya's hand gave off a humming sound. The originally ordinary dagger was now wrapped in a strange power, glowing with a faint light. The thugs rushing toward Tanya felt something was wrong the moment they saw the change in her. In this world where supernatural power prevailed, even ordinary people knew of things such as magic users and spirit arts users. Although, as residents of the slums, they would basically never have the chance to come into contact with such existences in their entire lives, nor would they ever have the opportunity to learn such things. But that did not prevent them from knowing which people they could not afford to provoke. Even if the other party was a little girl, someone who wielded supernatural power was absolutely not a good choice for an opponent. But the situation was no longer something they could control. In a daze, everyone seemed to hear some kind of incomprehensible song by their ears. Every word and every phrase was filled with a sacred aura, as though it were devoutly praising the greatest existence in the world. However, to those thugs, the terror in their hearts at this moment was beyond description. Because in their sight, the golden-haired little girl's mouth curved upward at an angle ordinary people could scarcely imagine, forming a somewhat ferocious smile. The glowing dagger in her hand swept lightly across in front of her. The short dagger moved with Tanya's gesture, and a brilliant golden light suddenly burst from its blade, slashing toward the thugs. Its speed was so fast. It did not give anyone any time to react. In the blink, for a moment, all of their movements stopped at the same time. They stood frozen in place like statues, completely motionless. Everyone around them was utterly stunned by this astonishing scene. Silence. A deathly silence. No one spoke. No one cried out. Everyone who witnessed it with their own eyes was trapped in deep shock, unable to recover. Even old man Ram, who had been secretly observing the sisters' actions and was ready at any moment to come out and protect them, was somewhat dumbfounded. He had never imagined that Tanya, whom he had raised since childhood, still had such a trick hidden away. Fortunately, old man Ram was a giant who had lived for more than 100 years and had seen many great storms. He quickly came back to himself. His aged eyes were filled with deep surprise. A blessing? Talent? Old man Ram could not be certain. But no matter which possibility it was, either changed the fact that Tanya was a genius. A true genius. By the bridge. The silence was finally broken. A gentle night breeze blew past. The thugs standing stiffly in place swayed, then heavily collapsed to the ground. Several heads rolled across the ground like balls. Their eyes, still open, were filled with deep shock, as if even they had never imagined they would die like this. Pshh. Crimson blood gushed from their necks. In an instant, the air was enveloped in a thick stench of blood. As they died, the golden light in Tanya's eyes slowly faded. She lowered her head and glanced at the dagger in her hand, then smiled silently before walking toward Arando, who was still lying on the ground in a daze. Get up! The people who bullied you are dead! A soft, clean, fair hand appeared before Arando's eyes. Though it was not stained with even the slightest blood, there seemed to be a faint scent of blood lingering around it. Arando froze for a moment. Just as he was about to reach out, he saw the filth on his own hand and quickly struggled to climb up by himself. Then he searched the body of the first thug who had died, took out several copper coins, and handed them to Tanya with trembling hands. This is my money for today. Tanya took the copper coins one by one, then took out several and returned them to him. This is what you deserve. After saying this, she paid no mind to what Orlando thought. She turned toward the other orphans who still had not recovered and pointed at the corpses on the ground. This, and the copper coins in your hands, these are what I promise you. Join here to read ahead. In Star Rail, Ultra Beast Armored, have I caught equilibrium? L. Chapter 80. Umamusum, but I only have 5 years left to live, Chapter 178. Zenless Zone 0, I'm a doctor, not a bang boo, Chapter 142. Ben Tennyson wants to join the Justice League, 126. Tide Moon, Redemption beginning with the Holy Grail War, Chapter 110. Yu-Gi-Oh! Transmigrated into the White Dragon Girl, Chapter 181. Is this chat group even serious? Chapter 103. I, Lord Ravager, utterly loyal. Chapter 192. Can playing games save the world? 65. Crossover Anime Multiverse, The Demon Hunter of an Unnatural World 77. From Junkman to Wasteland 66. Weekly refresh of Overpowered 31. I'm grinding proficiency like 46. From Kiana, Lord Ravager, Anwa 173. Honkai, is this still the previous 42? Elf, my starter Pokemon is Ink 65. Warhammer, my Primarch is Remy 166. From Demon Slayer to Grand S 110. The way the Umamusum look at 68. Umamusum, but my cheat power 190. Naruto, Weaving the Future, B65. Zenless Zone 0, but Cayman are 76. Multiverse Crossover, The Perf 66. My Cyber Psycho Girlfriend 65. Umamusum, The Dark Trainer 165. Umamusum, A Calamity Born FR 156. I, A Reincarnation Loop Player 81. The Violent Girl Group is Beat 102. Umamusum, The Horse Girl Who 66. Umamusum, From Beginner 120. Becoming a Horse Girl, I will 80. Umamusum, I want all 95. I can copy unique skills 84. Summoning an evil god, but the 66. Supernatural Multiverse 83. My harem is indescribable 75. Jujutsu Kaisen, Heroic Spirit 81. I'm just a Valkyrie passing through. 67. Umamusum, today is another romantic battlefield 75. Still playing traditional honk 55. The most filial son under heave 60. What should I do after Switchy Volume 2/3? Reincarnated as a demon, skill 57. Hell difficulty dungeon? 45. Transmigrated as Sukna 55. Checking in Demon Slayer 60. The reincarnating trainer of Tracen Academy 65. I refuse to become a heroic 35. My best friend into a slime? 35. A scion stands above Marvel 39. What do you mean by using a lab mod to be the hero? 58. Tanya starts from Re 030. Why did they assign me to Uma 35? MYGO Beauties 42. My Patreon, patreon.com/queen_sin. Chapter 16. Lighting the spark within their hearts. And also my promise. Those who follow me will have a bright future. Those who betray me, I will absolutely not spare. Beneath the dim sky, where the setting sun seemed red as blood, the young-faced girl spoke loudly. Only now, not a single person present dared hold even the slightest contempt for her in their hearts. I hope tomorrow, all of you will tell this news, this opportunity, to more of your companions who are still begging and still being exploited by other gangs. Let them join our great family as soon as possible, and from then on, live a life where they can fill their stomachs and no longer need to fear being bullied. And I will also wait for you here, fulfilling the promise I made. Every one of us will have a bright future. Her words rang out one after another, like faint sparks in the darkness. Little by little, they ignited hope within the hearts of these beggar children. Looking at those pairs of eyes gradually brightening, Tanya knew that this was something rarely found in the slums. It was the light called hope. As long as she nurtured it carefully, as long as she kept those sparks from going out, one day, those tiny flames would become a wildfire sweeping across the plains. When that time came, even with their disabled bodies, they would burn themselves like moths flying into flame for the sake of that beautiful future. They would turn the entire slum district into a cremation ground. Humanity does not need faith. It only needs compound interest. Unlike the people in her previous life, who had been swept up by imperial patriotism and war fanaticism, the people of the slums were far more realistic, far easier to satisfy, and far easier to guide. Because as the lowest stratum of society, no one's life could possibly be more miserable than theirs. Just like now, even though Tanya was still exploiting these orphans, they would still be endlessly grateful to her, their hearts full of boundless appreciation. Speaking of which, she truly had to thank those gangs that had drained the pond to catch the fish. They had created an excellent environment for her. The orphans left, carrying with them Tanya's words and the bodies of the thugs. But they also left behind a few things. For example, the 5 silver coins earned today, as well as the addresses of the 2 traitors who had not come. Tanya briefly cleaned up the battlefield, meaning the weapons of those thugs. Aside from one dagger that looked as though it could sell for a little money, the remaining nail hammers and broken blades were nothing more than scrap repurposed into weapons. The money on those thugs was not much either. Altogether, it came to just over 50 copper coins. They were truly poor to an impressive degree. Let's go. We're heading back. After everything was dealt with, Tanya said this to Felt. Huh! Oh! Felt had been staring at the bodies on the ground in a daze. Hearing Tanya's words, she hurriedly responded. It was not that she was afraid or anything like that. Rather, she was thinking of the slash Tanya had unleashed just now, and her heart was still filled with shock. Big sis, why did your dagger glow just now? And how did you make that slash? Can you teach me? On the way back, Felt clutched the hem of her clothes, using it to carry a pouchful of copper coins. Unable to suppress the curiosity in her heart, she asked Tanya. That was the effect of a blessing. Even if you asked me, I can't teach it to you. Tanya had long since prepared an explanation for the blessing given by being X. This world's blessings were just right for covering up that lie. After all, blessings came in all forms, strange and varied, with all kinds of effects. And as long as she did not explain it herself, no one else could tell what it truly was. In that case, she could explain it however she wanted. Then what about what you were chanting earlier? It sounded like some kind of prayer. That is necessary when using the blessing. Tanya interrupted Felt and said this. Although she had to praise Being X in order to use that power, that did not stop Tanya from feeling disgusted by it. She truly did not want to hear anything related to that topic. Oh. Hearing this, Felt nodded as if she understood, but not quite. She wanted to reach up and scratch her head, but because she was holding a pouchful of money, she simply could not spare a hand. When they returned to the entrance of the loot house, Old Man Ram opened the door on his own this time without waiting for them to knock or exchange a password. No password today? Seeing Old Man Ram actually abandon his obsession with passwords for once, Tanya spoke with some surprise. If you're interested right now, I can cooperate with you. Old Man Ram shrugged and said this to Tanya. I'll pass. Arriving before the bar counter, Tanya stepped onto a wooden box and climbed onto a high stool. Old Man Ram, look! Big sis and I earned this much money today. Felt trotted over, stepped onto the wooden box, stood on tiptoe, and placed the copper coins from her makeshift pouch onto the bar counter. She spoke to Old Man Ram with a proud and excited face. Her expression practically said, "Hurry up and praise me for being capable." "Oh, that much money? You two are far too capable." Old Man Ram looked at the pile and spoke with an exaggerated expression. Yet on that fierce, villainous face of his, the kindness could not be hidden. "Hee, it's all thanks to Big Sis. Let me tell you, Old Man Ram, you didn't see it today, but Big Sis actually has a blessing too." Felt was someone who could not keep quiet, and she immediately began chattering away to Old Man Ram. Old Man Ram listened seriously while pouring milk for the two of them. Tanya drank her milk and paid no attention to their conversation, instead beginning to read the old newspaper by herself. "A blessing? That's no small thing. Tanya, what kind of blessing is it?" "I can't explain the details clearly. What I can say, I've already told Felt." Tanya flipped through the newspaper in her hands and answered without lifting her head. Old Man Ram did not mind. He had long since grown used to Tanya's personality. In the truest sense, she had been like this since childhood. Even when she was still an infant, this child had been terribly quiet. She did not like crying, nor did she like making noise. She only showed some reaction when she was hungry, had wet herself, or had soiled herself. Back when he had just begun caring for her, Old Man Ram had even worried whether this child might be a little slow. Fortunately, Tanya's later behavior proved everything. She had simply been exceptionally intelligent from childhood. Old Man Ram turned to Felt and continued chatting with her. From Felt's mouth, he roughly understood Tanya's blessing. "It sounds rather miraculous. But judging from your performance today, it should be an extremely powerful blessing." "Huh! Old Man Ram, you saw it?" Felt, who was drinking milk while counting copper coins with the look of a little money grubber, suddenly spoke in surprise. "You two caused such a huge commotion. If I still hadn't noticed, wouldn't that make me blind?" Old Man Ram laughed, and poured himself a cup of wine as he explained. "Then why didn't you hurry out, Old Man Ram? When I saw those guys charging at Big Sis, I was scared half to death." Felt patted her chest, still shaken as she said this. Join here to read ahead. In Star Rail, Ultra Beast Armored, Have I Caught Equilibrium? L. Chapter 80. Umamusum, But I Only Have 5 Years Left to Live, Chapter 178. Zenless Zone Zero, I'm a Doctor, Not a Bang Boo, Chapter 142. Ben Tennyson Wants to Join the Justice League, 126. Tide Moon, Redemption Beginning with the Holy Grail War, Chapter 110. Yu-Gi-Oh! Transmigrated into the White Dragon Girl, Chapter 181. Is this chat group even serious? Chapter 103. I, Lord Ravager, Utterly Loyal, Chapter 192. Can Playing Games Save the World? 65. Crossover Anime Multiverse, The Demon Hunter of an Unnatural World 77. From Junkman to Wasteland 66. Weekly refresh of Overpowered 31. I'm grinding proficiency like 46. From Kiana, Lord Ravager, Anwa 173. Honkai, is this still the previous 42? Elf, my starter Pokemon is Ink 65. Warhammer, my Primarch is Remy 166. From Demon Slayer to Grand S 110. The way the Umamusum look at 68. Umamusum, but my cheat power 190. Naruto, Weaving the Future, B65. Zenless Zone Zero, but Cayman R 76. Multiverse Crossover, The Perf 66. My Cyber Psycho Girlfriend 65. Umamusum, The Dark Trainer 165. Umamusum, A Calamity Born FR 156. I, A Reincarnation Loop Player 81. The Violent Girl Group is Beat 102. Umamusum, The Horse Girl Who 66. Umamusum, From Beginner 120. Becoming a Horse Girl, I will 80. Musum, I want all 95. I can copy unique skills 84. Summoning an evil god, but the 66. Supernatural multiverse 83. My harem is indescribable 75. Jujutsu Kaisen, heroic spirit 81. I'm just a Valkyrie passing through. 67. Musum, today is another romantic battlefield 75. Still playing traditional honk 55. The most filial son under heave 60. What should I do after Switchy Volume 2/3? Reincarnated as a demon, skill 57. Hell difficulty dungeon? 45. Transmigrated as Sukuna 55. Checking in Demon Slayer 60. The reincarnating trainer of Tracen Academy 65. I refuse to become a heroic 35. My best friend into a slime? 35. A scion stands above Marvel 39. What do you mean by using a lab mod to be the hero? 58. Tanya starts from Re 030. Why did they assign me to Uma 35? MYGO Beauties 42. My Patreon, patreon.com/queen_sin. Chapter 17, Surface Work. Who told you two little brats to be so good at causing trouble? Old Man Ram poured himself a mouthful of wine and spoke with a sigh. If you put it that way, Old Man Ram, I'll take it as you praising us. Felt planted her hands on her hips and spoke with a cheerful grin. For your age, being able to accomplish something like this is indeed worthy of praise. But there are still many areas where you're lacking. Old Man Ram put down the cup in his hand and said this to the two of them. The slums where we live may be a place even the guards are too lazy to patrol most of the time, but your methods are still a bit too crude. For example, these past 2 days you killed people. Hearing this, Tanya moved her gaze away from the newspaper and looked at Old Man Ram. Having lived 3 lives, she had rich experience in many matters, but that did not mean she could not listen to others' opinions, nor that she could not humbly learn from and discuss things with others. Stones from other hills could polish jade. Old Man Rum had spent decades mixing around in the slums. In this regard, his experience was certainly richer than hers. Sensing Tanya's gaze, Old Man Rum felt slightly pleased. Teaching ordinary children naturally did not bring much sense of accomplishment. But someone like Tanya, who had been precocious since childhood and could basically be treated as an adult, was different. When killing people in the slums, aside from gang fights, you should avoid too many eyes as much as possible. After dealing with them, you also need to properly handle the bodies. These past 2 days, you took things a little too much for granted. You killed people in public, and you didn't deal with the bodies. If it's a gang fight, ordinary people won't dare say anything for fear of inviting trouble. But you two are different. As much as possible, make people disappear rather than be killed. Even if it's only for appearances. Old Man Ram taught them seriously, recounting the experience he had accumulated over several decades. Tanya listened silently, repeatedly chewing over these matters in her heart. Indeed, Old Man Ram's words did make sense. Perhaps it was because in her previous life, she had grown used to killing on battlefields where slaughter was treated as a matter of course. After arriving in the slums, she had also often seen corpses. Because of that, she had always felt there was nothing unusual about it, thereby neglecting the fact that no matter how poor this place was, it was still the royal capital of Lagunica, a place that possessed some form of order. Even if there were normally few people maintaining that order, she could not completely treat it as non-existent. Rules, is it? Tanya narrowed her eyes like a little fox, drained the milk in her cup in one gulp, and a sly gleam flashed through her eyes. I do love rules. Night. After a tiring day, Felt lazily finished washing up under Tanya's supervision and went to sleep early. Even after falling asleep, that little girl did not forget today's harvest. After asking Old Man Ram for a small money pouch, she stuffed all the copper coins into it, hugged it to her chest, and happily fell asleep. The beginnings of her miserly nature had already begun to show. Compared to Felt, however, Tanya had no intention of sleeping. In the dark, the bright moonlight outside became the only source of light. Tanya lay quietly on the bed, staring somewhat absently at the old but clean wooden boards above her head, no one knowing what she was thinking. She remained like that for a long time, until the dull chime of the clock in the lute house rang by her ear. Dong! 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 Listening to the bell, Tanya glanced at Felt, who was still sound asleep beside her. Then she slowly rose, lightly got out of bed, put on her clothes, took her dagger along with a few other small items, and left. In her previous life, the Empire's upper ranks had drowned themselves in temporary victory. They had failed to strike while the iron was hot, and pulled the weeds out by the roots, which ultimately led to their complete defeat. Tanya naturally would not repeat such a low-level mistake committed by the Empire. During the day, she had just dealt with several members of Black Arrow. If she wanted to hide that, it was definitely impossible. After all, so many people had seen it. According to the usual process, Black Arrow would definitely come looking for trouble or revenge afterward. Rather than passively waiting for the other side to make a move, it was better to strike first. She would take care of them one step ahead of time. A dark and windy night like this was the perfect time for killing. According to Old Man Ram's instruction, as long as no one saw it, there would basically be no major issue. After slaughtering them, she only needed to deal with the bodies a little, and everything would be fine. Outside the hut, the moonlight was clear and bright. Tanya's petite figure walked unhurriedly through the slums at night. Her shadow stretched beneath the moonlight, swaying like a ghost. Black Arrow's base was in Rat Tail Alley. That place was not far from the loot house, only about 2 streets away. They could be considered the local snakes of this small area. This was also why they had come knocking so quickly. The people Felt had found basically all lived around this area. During the day, they begged in the commoner district, and at night, they returned to the slums. With Tanya cutting into that income, their losses were not small, so naturally their reaction had been swift. However, Tanya did not intend to go directly to Rat Tail Alley for her first stop. There were still 2 other people who had not come today. She planned to deal with them first. One must keep one's word. If she simply let those 2 off, then in the future, her words would truly be treated as nothing but farting. Fortunately, those 2 also lived in this area, so it was on the way. After roughly 7 or 8 minutes, Tanya left the street where the loot house was located and arrived at another neighboring street. Following the information left by the orphans when they departed that evening, she very smoothly found her targets in a shabby house. Inside the house, a group of ragged people were gathered together, sleeping on the floor. Among them, aside from several disabled beggars, there were also many laborers who did hard work every day just to earn 3 meals. These people had all 4 limbs intact. Unfortunately, despite working hard all day, their income was still extremely meager. Merchants and nobles exploited them, and when they returned to the slums, the gangs exploited them all over again. Under such conditions, it would be strange if their lives could improve. The reason they gathered together to rest was only for that faint sense of security. If someone slept alone, it was entirely possible that by the next morning, the person would already be gone. Tanya's steps were light. Every time her foot landed, it stepped into the gaps between the crisscrossing bodies. She made no sound and did not wake anyone. Amid the rise and fall of snoring, Tanya stood before 1 boy and 1 girl. These were the 2 people who had taken her black bread yesterday but had not come to hand over copper coins. Compared to Arando, who had been captured by Black Arrow, these 2 had no reason worthy of forgiveness. Tanya came before the girl named Siri, lightly crouched down, and reached out to draw her dagger. Join here to read ahead. In Star Rail, Ultra Beast Armored, have I caught equilibrium? L. Chapter 80. Umamusum, But I only have 5 years left to live. Chapter 178. Zenless Zone 0. I'm a doctor, not a bang boo. Chapter 142. Ben Tennyson wants to join the Justice League. 126. Tide Moon. Redemption beginning with the Holy Grail War. Chapter 110. Yu-Gi-Oh! Transmigrated into the White Dragon Girl. Chapter 181. Is this chat group even serious? Chapter 103. I, Lord Ravager, utterly loyal. Chapter 192. Can playing games save the world? 65. Crossover anime multiverse. The Demon Hunter of an Unnatural World 77. From Junkman to Wasteland 66. Weekly refresh of Overpowered 31. I'm grinding proficiency like 46. From Kiana, Lord Ravager, Anwa 173. Honkai, is this still the previous 42? Elf, my starter Pokemon is Ink 65. Warhammer, my Primarch is Remy 166. From Demon Slayer to Grand S 110. The way the Umamusum look at 68. Umamusum, but my cheat power 190. Naruto, Weaving the Future, B65. Zenless Zone 0, but Cayman are 76. Multiverse Crossover, The Perf 66. My Cyber Psycho Girlfriend 65. Umamusum, The Dark Trainer 165. Umamusum, A Calamity Born FR 156. I, a Reincarnation Loop Player 81. The Violent Girl Group is Beat 102. Umamusum, The Horse Girl Who's 66. Umamusum, From Beginner 120. Becoming a Horse Girl, I will 80. Umamusum, I want all 95. I can copy unique skills 84. Summoning an evil god, but the 66. Supernatural Multiverse 83. My harem is indescribable 75. Jujutsu Kaisen, Heroic Spirit 81. I'm just a Valkyrie passing through. 67. Umamusum, today is another romantic battlefield 75. Still playing traditional honk 55. The most filial son under heave 60. What should I do after Switchy Volume 2/3? Reincarnated as a demon, skill 57. Hell difficulty dungeon? 45. Transmigrated as Sukuna 55. Checking in Demon Slayer 60. The reincarnating trainer of Tracen Academy 65. I refuse to become a heroic 35. My best friend into a slime? 35. A scion stands above Marvel 39. What do you mean by using a lab mod to be the hero? 58. Tanya starts from Re 030. Why did they assign me to Uma 35? MYGO Beauties 42. My Patreon, patreon.com/queen_sin. Chapter 18. The Understanding of a Midnight Encounter. PSHK. Cold light flashed. The girl, whose mouth and nose were covered, was awakened from sleep by intense pain. She instinctively tried to scream, but no sound came out. In the end, she twitched weakly a few times and fell completely still. Watching her breathe her last, Tanya rose and walked toward the next one. In just 2 short minutes, Tanya walked out of the house. The side quest was complete. Next, it was time to handle the main quest. Rat-Tail Alley was nearby. As the small gang closest to the loot house, Black Arrow only controlled 2 streets worth of territory. Across the entire slum district, they did not amount to much. However, Black Arrow's income was not small. The beggars they controlled, who had no way to escape, earned them several silver coins every day. For gangs like them, however, the true bulk of their income came from the cheap laborers in the slums. The royal capital had a population of several 100,000. In this era, that was practically an international metropolis. And among such a large population, the people of the slums accounted for nearly 1/3. The rest were ordinary people whose lives were somewhat better, wealthy merchants, and high-ranking nobles. The thriving commercial activity and the various demands of noble lords had given rise to industries that required massive amounts of labor. Many citizens from the slums, in order to make a living, chose all kinds of work to sustain themselves. Moving heavy goods, mending clothes, washing laundry. And every time these people finished a day of labor and returned to the slums with their meager wages, they had to pay protection money all over again. A large portion of a gang's profit came precisely from this. Aside from that, there were also other kinds of black income, such as contraband like the illegal goods in Old Man Ram's loot house, human trafficking, and so on. For Tanya, this operation was not merely about eliminating future trouble. Perhaps it could also further expand her influence. Along with that, Black Arrow's territory could also be added to her pocket, bringing her greater profits. As she thought this, Tanya arrived at a narrow alley. Inside this alley was the gathering point of Black Arrow's members. At the end of the alley stood a house that, compared to the ruined homes of the slums, was somewhat more complete. Although it was already late at night, light still shone from inside. As she approached, she could faintly hear bursts of laughter. Tanya walked toward the window, preparing to check how many people were inside. But the moment she arrived at the corner behind the house, a massive figure was standing there. Tanya froze. The other party froze as well. Neither of them seemed to have expected to encounter someone else at this time and place. Tanya? Old Man Ram? Two lowered voices sounded at the same time, and the two stared at each other, wide-eyed. What are you doing here? The identical words made both of them fall silent again. After a while, Old Man Ram was the first to speak. I remember you should already be asleep with felt. I killed Black Arrow's people. They absolutely won't let that go. Rather than waiting for them to take revenge, I thought it would be better to strike first and pull them out by the roots. Tanya did not intend to hide her thoughts. She looked at Old Man Ram and spoke seriously. Hearing Tanya's words, Old Man Ram's bell-like eyes filled with surprise. He truly had not expected Tanya to think this far. As a 7-year-old child, Tanya's usual behavior was already far beyond ordinary. This current idea made him even more astonished. Old Man Ram, why are you here? Tanya looked at Old Man Ram and asked. Old Man Ram sighed and reached out to rub Tanya's head. The children made a small mistake. As their guardian, I naturally had to do something. But you are even smarter and more capable than I imagined. As Old Man Ram spoke, he could not help laughing. Since we're already here, let's treat tonight as a small lesson. Just like our usual training. Old Man Ram pointed inside the house. There are 13 people inside in total. 12 are from Black Arrow, and the last one is an unlucky fellow currently being taught a lesson. What do you think? Can you handle it? Or should we go in together and deal with them? 12. Tanya repeated the number once, then pulled her face into a deep smile. Let me go first. If any trouble comes up, Old Man Ram, you can step in then. Fine. Old Man Ram nodded. He clearly trusted Tanya's decision and did not say anything worried. Then let's begin. Let me toll tonight's funeral bell. As for killing people, Old Man Ram did not show any resistance. On the contrary, he was rather proactive. With that, Old Man Ram brought Tanya to the front door. He smiled at Tanya, then suddenly raised his foot and kicked. Bang! With a loud crash, the wooden door was kicked straight inward. They instinctively looked toward the entrance, only to see the door panel flying toward them. A tall figure like a city wall blocked the doorway and revealed a savage smile at them. The people inside had yet to react and understand what was going on. Then a small, golden-haired figure flashed out from behind the door panel. The instant she appeared, Tanya, dagger in hand, had already swiftly grasped the situation in the room. 13 people in total. Kneeling on the floor in the middle of the room was a boy of about 17 or 18, his whole body covered in injuries. Around him stood more than 10 Black Arrow members with mocking and cruel smiles on their faces. Behind these people was a high-backed chair. A burly man, clearly much sturdier than the others, was coldly watching everything. That was all there was inside the room. Faced with Tanya's sudden appearance, everyone was stunned. "The party's over." The moment her voice fell, a cloud of white ash was suddenly flung from Tanya's hand. The nearby thugs, before they could even react, had their eyes blinded by the white ash and instinctively screamed in pain. Seizing that opening, Tanya's figure shot forward like a hunting leopard. Under the lamplight, the cold gleam of her dagger sliced through the air, flashing past the neck. Crimson blood instantly sprayed out, and the air inside the room was immediately filled with a thick stench of blood. Only when Black Arrow's boss saw his subordinate clutching his spraying throat and falling did he finally react. He abruptly grabbed a longsword beside him and roared, "Kill this bastard!" His underlings, dazed by everything that had happened, finally snapped back to their senses and grabbed whatever was within reach. Join here to read ahead. In Star Rail, Ultra Beast Armored, Have I Caught Equilibrium? L. Chapter 80. Umamusum, But I Only Have 5 Years Left to Live, Chapter 178. Zenless Zone 0, I'm a Doctor, Not a Bang Boo, Chapter 142. Ben Tennyson Wants to Join the Justice League, 126. Tide Moon, Redemption Beginning with the Holy Grail War, Chapter 110. Yu-Gi-Oh! Transmigrated into the White Dragon Girl, Chapter 181. Is this chat group even serious? Chapter 103. I, Lord Ravager, Utterly Loyal, Chapter 192. Can Playing Games Save the World? 65. Crossover Anime Multiverse, The Demon Hunter of an Unnatural World 77. From Junkman to Wasteland 66. Weekly refresh of Overpowered 31. I'm grinding proficiency like 46. From Kiana, Lord Ravager, Anwa 173. Honkai, is this still the previous 42? Elf, my starter Pokemon is Ink 65. Warhammer, my Primarch is Remy 166. From Demon Slayer to Grand S 110. The way the Umamusum look at 68. Umamusum, but my cheat power 190. Naruto, Weaving the Future, B65. Zenless Zone 0, but Cayman R 76. Multiverse Crossover, The Perf 66. My Cyber Psycho Girlfriend 65. Umamusum, The Dark Trainer 165. Umamusum, A Calamity Born FR 156. I, a Reincarnation Loop Player 81. The Violent Girl Group is Beat 102. Umamusum, The Horse Girl Who 66. Umamusum, From Beginner 120. Becoming a Horse Girl, I will 80. Umamusum, I want all 95. I can copy unique skills 84. Summoning an evil god, but the 66. Supernatural Multiverse 83. My harem is indescribable 75. Jujutsu Kaisen, Heroic Spirit 81. I'm just a Valkyrie passing through. 67. Umamusum, today is another romantic battlefield 75. Still playing traditional honk 55. The most filial son under heave 60. What should I do after Switchy Volume 2/3? Reincarnated as a demon, skill 57. Hell difficulty dungeon? 45. Transmigrated as Sukuna 55. Checking in Demon Slayer 60. The reincarnating trainer of Tracen Academy 65. I refuse to become a heroic 35. My best friend into a slime? 35. A scion stands above Marvel 39. What do you mean by using a lab mod to be the hero? 58. Tanya starts from Re 030. Why did they assign me to UMA 35? MYGO Beauties 42. My Patreon, patreon.com/queen_sin. Chapter 19, Pulling Them Out by the Roots. They roared and charged toward Tanya. The room was not large to begin with. As more than 10 people started moving, it immediately became cramped. Fortunately, at a time like this, Tanya's petite size instead became an advantage. She moved nimbly between them, using those whose eyes she had blinded with white ash as obstacles while maneuvering around the gang members rushing at her. Each time she struck, she relied on her extraordinary agility and rich combat experience to hit vital points with precision. However, the room only had so much space. Even after she killed 3 people in succession, the area in which she could move was gradually compressed. Seeing several strong thugs about to force Tanya into a dead corner, Old Man Ram, standing at the entrance, showed little panic. Instead, he began looking forward to what would happen. After what had happened that evening, Old Man Ram knew very well that with Tanya's blessing, ordinary people like these could not possibly be her opponents. And sure enough, facing the thugs' encirclement, Tanya simply stopped dodging. She stood in the corner with a calm expression and began to pray. Lord, though my prayer is humble, your kindness and mercy shall spare me from burning in eternal flame. Golden light bloomed deep within her eyes. In that instant, those eyes seemed to possess the majestic power of a deity, enough to seize the soul. At the same time, Tanya's body was enveloped by some mysterious force. In the blink of an eye, she vanished from before the thugs. At the doorway, Old Man Ram's pupils suddenly contracted. Inside the room, Tanya's figure transformed into a streak of golden light, weaving through the Black Arrow members. Wherever she passed, their bodies stopped one after another. Then, faint lines of blood slowly appeared across their necks before becoming wounds that sprayed blood without end. Their life force rapidly drained away. Thud. 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 Corpse after corpse fell. In just a few breaths, the only Black Arrow member left in the room was the leader sitting on the high-backed chair. The leader, longsword in hand, had just been roaring for his men to kill Tanya. But now, deep fear completely enveloped his heart. In his eyes, the golden-haired little girl before him was no different from a demon. The hand gripping his longsword trembled nonstop. There was clearly an enormous difference in their size, yet no matter what, he could not muster the courage to attack. What do you want? I have money. Quite a lot of money. I can give it all to you. That nervous, terrified voice completely exposed the cowardice within this man, who had committed who knew how many vile acts in the slums. Money? Tanya played with the dagger in her hand and tilted her head slightly. On her adorable face, her smile was chilling. The gold slowly receded from her eyes, returning them to a blood-like crimson that made the killing intent within them even clearer. Then you can die. The moment those words fell, Old Man Ram outside the door knew that everything was over. Most gangs in the slums were nothing more than trash who had never undergone training, only relying on physical advantage and numbers to bully those weaker than themselves. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong was their usual style. Once they encountered someone truly powerful, their true nature was exposed, and the weakness in their hearts was completely laid bare. By the time Old Man Ram entered the room, everything had already ended. Inside the entire house, aside from the 2 of them, only the boy who had been bullied by Black Arrow remained. Hey! Can you still move? Amid the corpses scattered across the floor, Tanya looked down at the wounded boy kneeling there and spoke casually. If you can still move, then get up. Collapsing is something you should do after you die, not now. Tanya looked at the boy and spoke from above. The boy barely opened his eyes. Looking at the room full of corpses, a trace of relief flashed through his gaze, but he barely moved. Looks like this kid's injuries are too serious. He's passed out. Old Man Ram walked over, reached out, and nudged him as he spoke. Oh, Then let's deal with this first. Tanya nodded, glanced at him a couple more times, then paid him no further attention. This kid looks like he won't make it. Old Man Ram spoke meaningfully. We can deal with this place later. No need. Tanya walked deeper into the house. If he dies, then he dies. It doesn't matter. Hearing this, Old Man Ram could not help clicking his tongue. Stroking his chin, he sighed. You really are a strict child. Then I'll start teaching you how to handle a scene. Tanya and Old Man Ram searched through Black Arrow's base properly. It had to be said that, in terms of evil deeds, although Black Arrow was not large and only had a dozen or so members, they had truly committed no small number of vile acts. There was no need to even mention the beggars. When Tanya reached the innermost room, there was a door there. After she opened it, the scene inside made one fall silent. Behind the door was a group of naked women, at least 7 or 8 of them. Their eyes were lifeless and hollow, like dolls. Their bodies were covered densely in bruises of blue and purple. The women looked as though they had been completely broken. Even after Tanya opened the door, they showed almost no emotional fluctuation. They merely crawled over silently, then turned their backs to her and raised their hips. Clearly, they had long since become numb to everything. The smell inside the room was nauseating. Looks like they're pitiful people too. Old Man Ram walked over, took one look, and shook his head. Tanya came before one of them and waved a hand in front of her face. Seeing no reaction, she picked up her dagger and thrust it toward the woman's face. Yet even faced with such an action, the woman still had no expression or movement. She did not even blink. It's hopeless. Tanya stood up and said calmly. Let them be free. Continuing to live would only be torture. Old Man Ram had long since grown used to such things. In these slums, the ugliness of human nature surpassed imagination. Tanya said nothing more. Cleanly and efficiently, she ended them. Let's go. Time to deal with this mess. As Old Man Ram spoke, he hoisted 2 or 3 bodies onto his shoulder and walked outside. Tanya followed behind him. Together, they left the house and came to the small river in the slums. She watched as he threw the bodies into the water one by one, letting them gradually drift away with the current. Do you feel anything? Old Man Ram stood by the river bank and suddenly asked. No. Tanya's expression was calm. Everyone dies. It's only a matter of sooner or later. For Tanya, who had already died twice, death truly did not amount to much. I really don't know where a child like you learned these things. Books are the best teachers. Join here to read ahead. In Star Rail, Ultra Beast Armored, Have I Caught Equilibrium? L. Chapter 80. Umamusum, But I Only Have 5 Years Left to Live, Chapter 178. Zenless Zone 0, I'm a Doctor, Not a Bang Boo, Chapter 147. Ben Tennyson Wants to Join the Justice League, 126. Tide Moon, Redemption Beginning with the Holy Grail War, Chapter 110. Yu-Gi-Oh! Transmigrated into the White Dragon Girl, Chapter 185. Is this chat group even serious? Chapter 105. I, Lord Ravager, Utterly Loyal, Chapter 215. Can Playing Games Save the World? 65. Crossover Anime Multiverse, The Demon Hunter of an Unnatural World 77. From Junkman to Wasteland 66. Weekly refresh of Overpowered 31. I'm grinding proficiency like 46. From Kiana, Lord Ravager, Anwa 185. Honkai, is this still the previous 42? Elf, my starter Pokemon is Ink 65. Warhammer, my Primarch is Remy 170. From Demon Slayer to Grand S Volume 2/1. The Way the Umamusum Look at 68. Umamusum, but my cheat power 206. Naruto, Weaving the Future, B65. Zenless Zone 0, but Cayman R76. Multiverse Crossover, The Perf 66. My Cyber Psycho Girlfriend 65. Uma Museum, The Dark Trainer 190. Uma Museum, A Calamity Born FR 154. Hi, A Reincarnation Loop Player Volume 4/23. The Violent Girl Group is Beat 106. Uma Museum, The Horse Girl Who's 67. Uma Museum, From Beginner 125. Becoming a Horse Girl, I Will 85. Uma Museum, I Want All 105. I Can Copy Unique Skills 90. Summoning an Evil God, but the 70. Supernatural Multiverse 90. My Harem is Indescribable 80. Jujutsu Kaisen, Heroic Spirit 86. I'm Just a Valkyrie Passing Through. 68. Uma Museum, Today is Another Romantic Battlefield 81. Still Playing Traditional Honk 65. The Most Filial Son under Heave 65. What Should I Do After Switchy Volume 2/3. Reincarnated as a Demon, Skill 57. Hell Difficulty Dungeon? 45. Transmigrated as Sukuna 59. Checking in Demon Slayer 59. The Reincarnating Trainer of Tracen Academy 73. I Refuse to Become a Heroic 45. My Best Friend Into a Slime? 36. A Scion Stands Above Marvel 40. What do you mean by using a lab mod to be the hero? 60. Tanya starts from Re 030. Why did they assign me to Uma 35? MYGO Beauties 43. Danmaki, Amiya the Giant Hero 30. The Gotcha Merchant Who Started 31. My Patreon, patreon.com/queen_sin. Chapter 20, Expensive Tuition. Tanya shrugged and cleanly threw the blame onto something else. The two returned and made several trips back and forth. Old Man Ram called it teaching her how to handle corpses, but in Tanya's eyes, it was essentially just surface work, maintaining the so-called order a little. Even so, she quite agreed with it. To her, if merely following the rules could let her obtain everything she wanted, then nothing could be simpler. Whether in her previous life or the life before that, she had been exceptional at it. After busying themselves for a while, they finally dealt with all the corpses. Every member of Black Arrow had been thrown into the river to feed the fish. As for those women, under Old Man Ram's suggestion, they dug a pit and buried them. Once that was done, what remained was to take stock of the harvest. In terms of supplies, there was 1 long sword, 2 daggers, 3 small knives, and the rest were broken scraps of metal with no recycling value whatsoever. Aside from that, in terms of money, 32 silver coins. That was everything Black Arrow had. What a bunch of paupers! Although Tanya had already been mentally prepared, seeing the actual gains still made her look down on them. These people purely spent whatever they had. They had no planning whatsoever, nor did they ever think to improve themselves. For people in the slums, this already counts as a huge sum. Old Man Ram clapped the dust from his hands, then stepped forward and checked on the boy. He stopped breathing. Let's go back. Unlucky fellow. Carrying their things, Old Man Ram casually picked up the corpse, and the two headed back toward the loot house. On the way, Old Man Ram looked at Tanya and said, I don't know what your goal is, or exactly how far you intend to go. But I imagine you already have your own ideas about that. You won't let Rattail Alley go, will you? Of course. Tanya nodded without hiding it. This place will be the first step. The first step, huh? Old Man Ram laughed. I feel as though I'm watching a new star rise in the slums. The future queen of the slums? Hearing those teasing words, Tanya smiled faintly. Perhaps Underground Emperor would be more fitting? After adding 1 more corpse to the small river, the two returned to the loot house. Your blessing is even stronger than I imagined. That saves quite a bit of trouble. As Old Man Ram spoke, he took out something as thick as a thumb, shaped like a test tube, and showed it to Tanya. What is this? A healing potion. For ordinary flesh wounds, drinking this will basically make them heal quickly. That's all it takes? Tanya accepted the potion with some curiosity. That effect surprised even her. Of course. What else? Do you expect to hire a healer? Those mage lords are not people someone with your current wealth can come into contact with. Hearing the word mage, Tanya looked at the money pouch in her hand. What if I wanted to learn magic? Magic? Old Man Ram froze. You wanted to make money because of that? Partly. If that's the case, then you're still far from enough. Magic isn't something ordinary families can afford to learn. If you only want to learn a little superficial knowledge, it would probably cost several dozen gold coins. If you want to truly become a mage, then the cost is far greater. It starts from holy gold coins. Otherwise, why do you think there are so few mages? Aside from talent being rare, the cost is simply far too high. Even noble lords are reluctant to cultivate many of them. Tanya fell into thought. According to Old Man Ram, it truly required no small amount of money. Magic books, magic stone staffs. Old Man Ram rambled on, listing a pile of expenses that all required large amounts of money. I understand. According to Old Man Ram, if she wanted to come into contact with magic, she would need to prepare at least several dozen gold coins first. Then I'll go sleep first. You should rest early too, Old Man Ram. After saying that, Tanya headed toward the backyard. Old Man Ram watched Tanya leave and sighed. Magic, huh? That won't be easy. The next day. Early in the morning, Tanya woke up. Although she had only gone to sleep after midnight yesterday, it did not affect the biological clock she had already formed out of habit. After waking, washing up simply, and eating a little, Tanya began training by herself in the backyard. Magic was still beyond her reach for the time being, but she could not stop training. After roughly 2 hours of exercise, Felt and Old Man Ram woke up. Honestly, something that exciting happened last night, so why didn't you and Old Man Ram call me? After waking up and hearing Old Man Ram talk about what happened the night before, Felt puffed out her cheeks and spoke with a sullen expression. When she thought about missing such a wonderful scene, Felt regretted falling asleep so early yesterday. What could you have done if you went? Tanya flipped through the newspaper in her hands. She only had the last few sheets left before she finished reading them all. Now that she had a little more money on hand, she could also go purchase some new books. Felt was momentarily at a loss for words. Even if she had gone, she truly would not have been able to help much. She could not fight, nor could she drag corpses. I could have helped carry the money. But this girl quickly had a flash of inspiration and reacted swiftly. Tanya simply raised the newspaper and used it to block Felt's face. If you think you have nothing to do, you can continue working on what I told you to do yesterday. Relax. I've already asked around about all the thieves nearby. As long as you say the word, I can gather them at any time. When it came to work efficiency, Felt was still very confident. She patted her chest and declared with absolute certainty. As she spoke, Felt stretched lazily. But since you said that, big sis, I'll go put in a bit more effort. Just as she was speaking, behind the bar counter, Old Man Ram, who had stayed up late last night and had dark circles under his eyes, suddenly looked into the distance and let out a faint sound of surprise. Tanya followed his gaze and looked through the window. Outside the loot house, at some unknown point, a crowd had begun gathering. Most of these people were disabled, and there were quite a few of them. What is this? Felt froze slightly at the sight. Tanya put away the newspaper in her hands, lightly jumped down from the chair, and a faint smile appeared on her face. It seems our previous efforts have taken effect. Starting from when she had felt gather the beggars around Rattail Alley, everything Tanya had done had essentially been malicious competition under the cover of a beautiful reputation. A price war. She was all too familiar with that. Compared to the other gangs in the slums, she offered more protection and less oppression. The core strategy was disrupting the market balance. Then she decorated it with things like hope and a beautiful tomorrow. The harsher the living environment, the more the people there needed hope. Or faith. Join here to read ahead. In Star Rail, Ultra Beast Armored, Have I Caught Equilibrium? L. Chapter 80. Umamusum, But I Only Have 5 Years Left to Live, Chapter 178. Zenless Zone Zero, I'm a Doctor, Not a Bang Boo, Chapter 147. Ben Tennyson Wants to Join the Justice League, 126. Tide Moon, Redemption Beginning with the Holy Grail War, Chapter 110. Yu-Gi-Oh! Transmigrated into the White Dragon Girl, Chapter 185. Is this chat group even serious? Chapter 105. I, Lord Ravager, Utterly Loyal. Chapter 215. Can Playing Games Save the World? 65. Crossover Anime Multiverse, The Demon Hunter of an Unnatural World 77. From Junkman to Wasteland 66. Weekly refresh of Overpowered 31. I'm grinding proficiency like 46. From Kiana, Lord Ravager, Anwa 185. Honkai, is this still the previous 42? Elf, my starter Pokemon is Ink 65. Warhammer, my Primarch is Remy 170. From Demon Slayer to Grand S Volume 2/1. The Way the Umamusum Look at 68. Umamusum, but my cheat power 206. Naruto, Weaving the Future, B65. Zenless Zone Zero, but Cayman R76. Multiverse Crossover, The Perf 66. My Cyber Psycho Girlfriend 65. Umamusum, The Dark Trainer 190. Umamusum, A Calamity Born FR 154. Hi, A Reincarnation Loop Player Volume 4/23. The Violent Girl Group is Beat 106. Umamusum, The Horse Girl Who's 67. Umamusum, From Beginner 125. Becoming a Horse Girl, I Will 85. Umamusum, I Want All 105. I Can Copy Unique Skills 90. Summoning an Evil God, but the 70. Supernatural Multiverse 90. My Harem is Indescribable 80. Jujutsu Kaisen, Heroic Spirit 86. I'm Just a Valkyrie Passing Through. 68. Umamusum, Today is Another Romantic Battlefield 81. Still Playing Traditional Honk 65. The Most Filial Son under Heave 65. What Should I Do After Switchy Volume 2/3. Reincarnated as a Demon, Skill 57. Hell Difficulty Dungeon? 45. Transmigrated as Sukuna 59. Checking in Demon Slayer 59. The Reincarnating Trainer of Tracen Academy 73. I Refuse to Become a Heroic 45. My Best Friend Into a Slime? 36. A Scion Stands Above Marvel 40. What do you mean by using a lab mod to be the hero? 60. Tanya starts from Re 030. Why did they assign me to Uma 35? MYGO Beauties 43. Danmaki, Amiya the Giant Hero 30. The Gotcha Merchant Who Started 31. My Patreon, patreon.com/queen_sin. Chapter 21, Workers' Mutual Aid Association. And what Tanya was doing was satisfying precisely that need. Once the first step had been taken, all she had to do was maintain it. After that, even if she did nothing else, these people would automatically begin to spread the word, passing it along until it eventually became a massive wave sweeping through the entire slum district. Let's go. It's time to meet our new comrades. Tanya said this and walked straight toward the door. Naturally, Felt needed no prompting and quickly followed. Gaston reacted a little slower, but under Old Man Ram's signal, he hurriedly followed as well. It was still by the small bridge. There, Tanya saw familiar faces, such as Shura, the first one who had responded to her words, and Arando, who had been unable to come immediately yesterday because of Black Arrow. But aside from the 40-something people from yesterday, the number gathered here today was clearly larger. A rough estimate placed them at no fewer than 70 or 80 people. And my lady, good day. After hearing about what you did, these people all wanted to join too. Shura, lying on the ground, perhaps because he had been the first to join, had learned some words from somewhere that he probably thought sounded elegant. He spoke to Tanya in a stammer. Listening to Shura, Tanya's smile was gentle and sincere. I see. We welcome anyone who sincerely wishes to join us. Here you no longer need to fear being oppressed. You no longer need to fear being exploited until you nearly starve. As long as you join us, you will all have your own earnings. You will all have a wonderful. Tanya's childish voice carried through the air, pouring out inspirational words that made people yearn for what she described. She watched as tiny sparks of hope appeared in those pairs of eyes. As usual, they registered their names. After finishing all of that, Tanya cleared her throat. Starting today, the gathering place will no longer be here. It will be changed to Rat-Tail Alley. At the mention of Rat-Tail Alley, a stir went through the crowd. A large portion of the people here lived in this area. Naturally, they understood what Rat-Tail Alley represented. My lady, Rat-Tail Alley is Black Arrow's territory. Those were the people from yesterday. Seeing this, Shura quickly reminded her. Now, that place belongs to us. Tanya smiled as she spoke, but her words made everyone's hearts tremble. Very quickly, they understood what Tanya meant. We understand, my lady. There's no need to call me my lady. My name is Tanya. From now on, just call me chairwoman. In Rat-Tail Alley, I will establish the Workers' Mutual Aid Association, uniting us lower-class people so that we can help one another. Tanya smiled as she gradually revealed her intentions. However, to beggar children like Shura, they did not think too deeply about it. Their attention was entirely focused on the words, help one another. In their hearts, they were deeply moved by Tanya's kindness. In these slums, where the strong devoured the weak, merely reducing exploitation was already enough to make people endlessly grateful. Yes, chairwoman. Watching the many beggar children leave, Tanya lifted her chin toward Felt. You go too. Inform the targets you selected and have them come over this evening as well. After you've notified them, we'll go out together. Where are we going? To spend money and buy things. Yay! Felt moved quickly, especially with the thought that she would get to go spend money later. Her motivation was overwhelming. In less than an hour, the girl came running back, covered in sweat. Big sis, let's go! Usually, even after training for an entire afternoon, Felt would not have much sweat on her. Yet after such a short time, she was already drenched. One could imagine just how hard she had worked. Since I worked so hard, big sis, you have to treat me later. Felt said this with a cheerful grin, full of childishness. They arrived in the commoner district. The environment here was much better than the slums. Although there was still trash and excrement in some corners of the ground, there was noticeably far less of it. On the lively streets, dragon carriages came and went continuously, and there were many small stalls on both sides of the road. It looked especially bustling. And this was only the commoner district, not even a truly prosperous area. She brought Felt straight toward a bookstore in the commoner district. Previously, she had already finished reading all the books Old Man Ram had, including even the improper ones. Now that she had a bit more money on hand, she naturally had to purchase some new books. After all, Whether it was the legendary witches or matters related to magic, the only way she could learn about them was through books. They passed through several streets. Felt walked with her for quite a while, and along the way, the girl did not stay idle at all. She ran here and there. She ate no small amount of the street snacks on both sides of the road. Fortunately, after walking 2 streets, they reached the bookstore. Otherwise, Tanya might have suspected Felt would eat so much she could no longer walk. The commoner district was much more prosperous, but those who could read and study were still only a very small minority. Because of that, places like bookstores were still quite rare even in the commoner district. Faced with the large number of books inside the bookstore, Tanya quickly began selecting. Before long, Felt's arms were filled with many books. The books in the store were not cheap. In this world, aside from things like newspapers, which were relatively inexpensive, ordinary books generally started at 10 copper coins. If they were handwritten copies, the price would be even higher. Fortunately, the things Tanya wanted to understand were mostly ordinary topics, so she did not need to spend too much. "Big sis, aren't you buying too many? How are we supposed to carry all these back?" Tanya spent quite a while choosing, and only stopped when Felt could no longer hold any more books. "I didn't let you eat that much for nothing." Tanya picked up the last book and said this to Felt. Felt's little face turned bitter. Had she known things would turn out like this, she would not have come. In total, Tanya selected about 50 books, spending 8 silver coins and 30 copper coins. If we hadn't dealt with Black Arrow last night, the income from begging alone wouldn't have been enough. "Big sis, how about I go call old man Ram over?" After leaving the bookstore, Felt's upper body was almost completely blocked by the books. She walked unsteadily, like a clown performing in a circus. "Treat it as training." Tanya carried a few books in her own hands and spoke lightly. "Then why are you only carrying that little, big sis?" Felt protested. "Because I paid you." "Damn it! I should have eaten more." Join here to read ahead. In Star Rail, Ultra Beast Armored, Have I Caught Equilibrium? L. Chapter 80. Umamusum, But I Only Have 5 Years Left to Live, Chapter 178. Zenless Zone 0, I'm a Doctor, Not a Bang Boo, Chapter 147. Ben Tennyson Wants to Join the Justice League, 126. Tide Moon, Redemption Beginning with the Holy Grail War, Chapter 110. Yu-Gi-Oh! Transmigrated into the White Dragon Girl, Chapter 185. Is this chat group even serious? Chapter 105. I, Lord Ravager, Utterly Loyal. Chapter 215. Can Playing Games Save the World? 65. Crossover Anime Multiverse, The Demon Hunter of an Unnatural World 77. From Junkman to Wasteland 66. Weekly refresh of Overpowered 31. I'm grinding proficiency like 46. From Kiana, Lord Ravager, Anwa 185. Honkai, is this still the previous 42? Elf, my starter Pokemon is Ink 65. Warhammer, my Primarch is Remy 170. From Demon Slayer to Grand S Volume 2/1. The Way the Umamusum Look at 68. Umamusum, but my cheat power 206. Naruto, Weaving the Future, B65. Zenless Zone 0, but Cayman R76. Multiverse Crossover, The Perf 66. My Cyber Psycho Girlfriend 65. Umamusum, The Dark Trainer 190. Umamusum, A Calamity Born FR 154. Hi, a Reincarnation Loop Player Volume 4/23. The Violent Girl Group is Beat 106. Umamusum, The Horse Girl Who's 67. Umamusum, From Beginner 125. Becoming a Horse Girl, I Will 85. Umamusum, I Want All 105. I Can Copy Unique Skills 90. Summoning an Evil God, but the 70. Supernatural Multiverse 90. My harem is indescribable 80. Jujutsu Kaisen, Heroic Spirit 86. I'm just a Valkyrie passing through. 68. Uma Museum, today is another romantic battlefield 81. Still playing traditional honk 65. The most filial son under heave 65. What should I do after Switchy Volume 2/3? Reincarnated as a demon, skill 57. Hell difficulty dungeon? 45. Transmigrated as Sukna 59. Checking in Demon Slayer 59. The reincarnating trainer of Tracen Academy 73. I refuse to become a heroic 45. My best friend into a slime? 36. A scion stands above Marvel 40. What do you mean by using a lab mod to be the hero? 60. Tanya starts from Re 030. Why did they assign me to Uma 35? MYGO Beauties 43. Danmaki, Amiya the Giant Hero 30. The Gacha Merchant who started 31. My Patreon, patreon.com/queen_sin. Chapter 23, on the Nobility of Mages. As long as we have 1 week, we'll be able to earn 1 gold coin. Felt had never really earned money before, but even she knew that 1 gold coin was no small amount of wealth. In 1 week, they could earn enough to cover 1/3 of an ordinary person's yearly expenses. No matter where one put it, that was extremely impressive. Big sis, why don't you look excited at all? Felt hugged the copper coins and looked at Tanya in confusion. Compared to her, Tanya seemed completely uninterested. She held paper and pen, continuously writing something. It's only this little bit of money. What's there to be excited about? Thinking about learning magic, Tanya calculated that counting these past few days of income, she currently had 9 gold, 48 silver, and 32 copper coins in total. She did not even know whether that would be enough for the registration fee to learn magic. After a while, Tanya stopped writing. She pushed the paper in front of Felt. Starting tomorrow, we need to make some changes. Changes? What are we changing? Felt's large eyes were full of confusion as she took the paper. She saw that it was filled densely with tiny words. At the very top were several large characters, guild system. Aside from the membership fees, collected from different kinds of personnel, the next part concerned internal etiquette. All members, upon seeing the chairwoman, had to greet her and salute by placing their right fist over their heart. At regular intervals, members would be gathered in batches for meetings and study. Tanya was not someone who cared about superficial formalities. The only reason she created these things was purely for better management. This world was unlike the previous 2 worlds, where culture and society had already developed to a highly advanced level. Here, rule was mostly based on violence. Even an entire nation was largely like that. Such rule was simple and crude, but it absolutely could not be called worry-free. The demi-human civil war in Lagunica several decades ago was one example. What Tanya was doing now was something she had slightly modified based on her experience from her previous 2 lives, combining so-called corporate culture with the Empire's methods of cultivating fanaticism. Although it was not a complete copy and was not all that comprehensive, it was more than enough for such a backward era. After all, the most important point was that her interests, and these people's interests, were aligned. In lives of hardship and suffering, only the slightest leverage was already enough. Starting tomorrow, you will be responsible for teaching them these things. Me? Felt pointed at herself. Looking at the densely packed contents, her head began to ache. Big sis, I'm only 7 years old. I'm still a child. The corner of Felt's mouth twitched slightly. How about we find someone to help? What about Old Man Ram? If that won't work, we can look for more people? A gang can't possibly have only the 2 of us, right? The guild is not a gang. Tanya spoke flatly. Oh, It's basically the same thing. Just the two of us definitely isn't enough. How many people in the slums do you think can read? Tanya glanced at her. Expansion is inevitable, but for now, you'll handle these things first. I. Felt was helpless. Seeing Tanya's expression, clearly showing she had already made up her mind, Felt could only nod gloomily. She understood her sister's personality. Once Tanya decided something, she would not change it. Turn the page. There's more on the back. With a bitter face, Felt turned the page and continued reading. The content on the remaining page had been written by Tanya for the beggar children. The people in the commoner district had little education, and these beggar children even more so. When begging, they basically only said things like, "Please show mercy," which was far too inefficient. Tanya had specifically written some scripts to train them, further increasing their money-making efficiency. She had also written down some methods for selling misery. As a modern person, she had seen plenty of such things. Writing them was practically effortless. These scripts also need to be memorized by the beggars at organized times. Felt looked at the dense lines of text and seemed as though her soul had been pulled from her body. She could already see her miserable future. After all, those beggars did not know how to read. The only way to teach them was through oral instruction, reading the lines aloud over and having them repeat until they memorized them. Big sis, you familiarize yourself with it first. I'll think of a way to handle the manpower issue. Tanya said this, giving Felt no room to struggle at all. Fine. Felt replied weakly, utterly dispirited. The next day. Early in the morning, the two sisters went out. Felt was dragged out of bed by Tanya and thrown into the Mutual Aid Association to begin training their subordinates according to Tanya's arrangements. Tanya, meanwhile, followed Old Man Ram's directions and headed to the commercial district of the royal capital. Today would also be a busy day. She not only had to learn about matters related to studying magic, but also had to resolve the manpower problem as much as possible. Leaving the slums, she passed through the commoner district and finally arrived at the commercial district. This was the most prosperous place in the entire royal capital. Countless transactions were completed here every day. As long as one had money, one could enjoy all kinds of services here. It was absolutely a den of luxury where gold flowed like water. Following Old Man Ram's introduction and after asking for directions several times, Tanya finally found her destination. A place called the Magic Study Association. In the royal capital, there were quite a few places to learn magic. Among them, if one were to speak of the most formal, it would be the Magic Study Association established by the kingdom's officials. Anyone could study there, as long as they paid gold coins. At the same time, at regular intervals, court mages from the palace would even come to give lectures. If one had decent talent, one could even secure an iron rice bowl and enter official employment. Alternatively, one might be recommended to serve under some noble. For ordinary people, that could truly be described as soaring into the sky in a single step. Therefore, families with even a slight hope of gathering the tuition would work hard to send their children here to try their luck, to see whether they could further develop some magical talent and rise rapidly in status. Tanya looked at the magnificent building before her and walked inside. A short while later, Tanya walked out expressionlessly. These bloodsuckers. Thinking about the price she had just learned, Tanya rubbed her brow. The threshold for the Magic Study Association was extremely high. The registration fee alone required 20 gold coins. Aside from that, there were book fees, as well as magic stones and other items needed for classes. All of these had to be purchased from the study association, and none of them were cheap. Adding all the miscellaneous expenses together, it would cost at least 50 gold coins. That much money was nearly enough for a family of 3 to live comfortably for 20 years. It was truly somewhat exaggerated. As expected, there is a reason mages are noble. Join here to read ahead. In Star Rail, Ultra Beast Armored, have I caught equilibrium? L. Chapter 80. Umamusum, but I only have 5 years left to live. Chapter 178. Zenless Zone 0, I'm a doctor, not a bang boo. Chapter 147. Ben Tennyson wants to join the Justice League. 126. Tide Moon, Redemption beginning with the Holy Grail War. Chapter 110. Yu-Gi-Oh! Transmigrated into the White Dragon Girl. Chapter 185. Is this chat group even serious? Chapter 105. I, Lord Ravager, utterly loyal. Chapter 215. Can playing games save the world? 65. Crossover Anime Multiverse, The Demon Hunter of an Unnatural World. 77. From Junkman to Wasteland. 66. Weekly refresh of Overpowered. 31. I'm grinding proficiency like. 46. From Kiana, Lord Ravager, Anwa. 185. Honkai, is this still the previous? 42. Elf, my starter Pokemon is Ink. 65. Warhammer, my Primarch is Remy. 170. From Demon Slayer to Grand S Volume 2/1. The way the Umamusum look at. 68. Umamusum, but my cheat power. 206. Naruto, Weaving the Future. B. 65. Zenless Zone 0, but Cayman R. 76. Multiverse Crossover, The Perf. 66. My Cyber Psycho Girlfriend. 65. Umamusum, The Dark Trainer. 190. Umamusum, A Calamity Born. Fr. 154. Hi, a Reincarnation Loop Player Volume 4/23. The Violent Girl Group is Beat 106. Umamusum, The Horse Girl Who's 67. Umamusum, From Beginner. 125. Becoming a Horse Girl, I will. 85. Umamusum, I want all. 105. I can copy unique skills. 90. Summoning an evil god, but the 70. Supernatural Multiverse. 90. My harem is indescribable. 80. Jujutsu Kaisen, Heroic Spirit. 86. I'm just a Valkyrie passing through. 68. Umamusum, today is another romantic battlefield. 81. Still playing traditional honk. 65. The most filial son under heave. 65. What should I do after Switchy Volume 2/3? Reincarnated as a demon, skill 57. Hell difficulty dungeon? 45. Transmigrated as Sukna. 59. Checking in Demon Slayer. 59. The reincarnating trainer of Tracen Academy. 73. I refuse to become a heroic. 45. My best friend into a slime? 36. A scion stands above Marvel. 40. What do you mean by using a lab mod to be the hero? 60. Tanya starts from Re. 030. Why did they assign me to Uma? 35. MYGO Beauties. 43. Danmaki, Amiya the Giant Hero. 30. The Gotcha Merchant who started. 31. My Patreon, patreon.com/queen_sin. Chapter 24 Expansion. When Tanya returned to the Mutual Aid Association, it was already getting late. Felt was teaching the beggar children with an expression that looked as though her soul had left her body. It had to be said, the harsher a person's life, the harder they worked when faced with an opportunity. Take these disabled children who could not even read a single word. Once they heard that memorizing these scripts would let them beg for more money, every one of them became extremely serious. Even though this was truly difficult for them, each person was very enthusiastic. Seeing how earnestly they were studying, Tanya nodded slightly, then turned and headed to the loot house to find Old Man Ram. You need manpower? Inside the loot house, Old Man Ram stroked his chin thoughtfully. Yes. Right now, we don't have enough people. If we want to expand further, Felt and I alone won't be enough. Tanya took small sips of milk. She did not like the taste. If not for the sake of growing properly, she would have preferred black coffee. That's true. Now that you're taking over Black Arrow's territory, 2 people really aren't enough. So what do you want me to help with? Or are you asking these old bones of mine to work for you? Old Man Ram spoke with a smile. His eyes were full of admiration, like he was looking at a granddaughter who had accomplished something impressive. You've lived here for so long, Old Man Ram. Around Rattail Alley, there should be at least a few people who are somewhat usable. If possible, recommend some to me. I don't want to personally handle every little thing myself from now on. After all, I'm only 7. Tanya shrugged and drained the milk in her cup in one gulp. I see. Old Man Ram thought for a moment. It's not that there aren't any. But there are only 2 or so. You'll know after seeing them. I can't guarantee you'll approve. For expansion, you could just recruit people directly. While Old Man Ram rambled, his body honestly led Tanya outside. They crossed the small bridge and arrived on a road lined with shabby houses on both sides. Hey, Henry! You dead yet? Hell, what's the matter, giant brother? Olka, where are you? Come out and drink. Wine? Coming. Suman, get out here. There's something good. After making a round through the street where he had lived for years, Old Man Ram easily dragged out several people and brought them before Tanya. Here. These are the ones. What do you think? Their faces all looked somewhat familiar, but Tanya had never paid much attention to them before. Even so, with her sharp eye, Tanya could tell that these people were different from ordinary slum residents. Although their clothes were ragged and they looked dirty, there was something different in their bones. It was the air of people who had truly killed and fought. Can you read? A little. I can. More or less. Various answers rang out. Looking at the 3 people before her, Tanya nodded with satisfaction. Being able to find such people in the slums could be considered lucky. After briefly explaining the Mutual Aid Association and taking them over to see it, the 3 confirmed that this was not some childish game and decisively chose to join. These guys aren't the kind who slack off or play tricks. Their skills are decent too. They also have some conscience and weren't willing to join those gangs in doing evil. But these are all the people I know. As for the rest, you'll have to rely on yourself. Seeing that the matter was settled, Old Man Ram laughed and spoke. This is already very good. At least for the time being, I don't need to worry about lacking manpower. Tanya was quite satisfied. The 3 of them joining had solved an urgent problem. Thank you, Old Man Ram. It's nothing. I also want to see just how far you can go. I definitely won't disappoint you. Tanya smiled and spoke seriously. With 3 new members joining, Tanya quickly began taking action that afternoon. Recruitment. Only 3 people were still far from enough. Daily patrols over the territory, supervision of the beggars and thieves under her, clashes with other gangs, collecting earnings from the ordinary people in the territory. All of these things required people to handle them. This was also why Black Arrow, despite controlling such a small area, still needed to keep so many people under its boss. With too few people, there simply was no way to handle all the work. Moreover, there would be no deterrence, and the other gangs would absolutely not let such a piece of fat meat go. However, by the same token, people who were essentially no different from hired muscle cost more to maintain. According to the market rate, not only did one need to provide meals every day, but one also had to pay an upfront signing fee of 8 silver coins. In addition, there was a monthly reward of 3 silver coins, and perhaps extra rewards whenever performance was good and the boss was in a good mood. After all, gang fights could truly get people killed. This was work done with one's head tied to one's belt. If they were not truly at the end of their rope, most people in the slums would rather do safer work like manual labor. Tanya threw out 24 silver coins and instructed the three men to spread the news that the Mutual Aid Association was recruiting security personnel. Although the terms Mutual Aid Association and security sounded different from ordinary gangs and thugs, that did not matter. After all, from the very beginning, she had intended to walk a completely different path. That afternoon, Felt lay beside Tanya like a corpse from exhaustion, while Tanya interviewed the people who wanted to join as security guards. Our Mutual Aid Association was founded on the idea of mutual unity and mutual assistance. As long as someone joins the association, we will not let anyone bully them. No one will steal their money, and no one will abuse or threaten them. And security is an important position within the Mutual Aid Association. You will protect the members of the association and become heroes in people's eyes. Gangs committed evil endlessly. The Mutual Aid Association was the exact opposite. Even in the slums, the vast majority of people still had at least some kindness left in their hearts. If they could be good people, who would willingly be forced by life into becoming rotten scum? Under Tanya's righteous introduction, the people who had come to interview were surprised at first, but then a feeling rose in their hearts. They had come to the right place. Gang members were feared in the slums, but they were absolutely not liked. No matter where they went, even if people smiled to their faces, behind their backs, those looks would certainly be full of disgust. But now, an opportunity had been placed before them. Not only could they obtain rewards similar to joining a gang, but they would also avoid being despised and hated. On the contrary, they could become so-called heroes and be respected by others. When the two were compared, the difference was obvious. As for which to choose, anyone who was not an idiot would absolutely make the correct choice. It was precisely because of this introduction that the relationship between Tanya and these applicants instantly reversed. At first, she had urgently lacked people. But once many people were attracted and wanted to join, she could begin carefully selecting among them. And that reversal had taken only a brief moment. Join here to read ahead. In Star Rail, Ultra Beast Armored, Have I Caught Equilibrium? L. Chapter 80. Umamusum, But I Only Have 5 Years Left to Live, Chapter 178. Zenless Zone 0, I'm a Doctor, Not a Bang Boo, Chapter 147. Ben Tennyson Wants to Join the Justice League, 126. Tide Moon, Redemption Beginning with the Holy Grail War, Chapter 110. Yu-Gi-Oh! Transmigrated into the White Dragon Girl, Chapter 185. Is this chat group even serious? Chapter 105. I, Lord Ravager, Utterly Loyal. Chapter 215. Can Playing Games Save the World? 65. Crossover Anime Multiverse, The Demon Hunter of an Unnatural World 77. From Junkman to Wasteland 66. Weekly refresh of Overpowered 31. I'm grinding proficiency like 46. From Kiana, Lord Ravager, Anwa 185. Honkai, is this still the previous 42? Elf, my starter Pokemon is Ink 65. Warhammer, my Primarch is Remy 170. From Demon Slayer to Grand S Volume 2/1. The Way the Umamusum Look at 68. Umamusum, but my cheat power 206. Naruto, Weaving the Future, B65. Zenless Zone 0, but Cayman R76. Multiverse Crossover, The Perf 66. My Cyber Psycho Girlfriend 65. Umamusum, The Dark Trainer 190. Umamusum, A Calamity Born FR 154. Hi, A Reincarnation Loop Player Volume 4/23. The Violent Girl Group is Beat 106. Umamusum, The Horse Girl Who's 67. Umamusum, From Beginner 125. Becoming a Horse Girl, I Will 85. Umamusum, I Want All 105. I Can Copy Unique Skills 90. Summoning an Evil God, but the 70. Supernatural Multiverse 90. My harem is indescribable 80. Jujutsu Kaisen, Heroic Spirit 86. I'm just a Valkyrie passing through. 68. Uma Museum, today is another romantic battlefield 81. Still playing traditional honk 65. The most filial son under heave 65. What should I do after Switchy Volume 2/3? Reincarnated as a demon, skill 57. Hell difficulty dungeon? 45. Transmigrated as Sukna 59. Checking in Demon Slayer 59. The reincarnating trainer of Tracen Academy 73. I refuse to become a heroic 45. My best friend into a slime? 36. A scion stands above Marvel 40. What do you mean by using a lab mod to be the hero? 60. Tanya starts from Re 030. Why did they assign me to Uma 35? MYGO Beauties 43. Danmaki, Amiya the Giant Hero 30. The Gacha Merchant who started 31. My Patreon, patreon.com/queen_sin. Chapter 25, Getting on Track. Evening. This was the busiest time of day for the Mutual Aid Association. Felt, who had been lying around like a corpse all afternoon, was now full of energy as she sat before the long table. In front of her was the roster, and beside her was a small mountain of copper coins. Next. Vice Chairwoman, my name is Karu. This is today's haul. Inside the room, a long line had formed in orderly fashion. A 13 or 14-year-old boy with all four limbs intact came to the table with a grin and handed over what he had earned today. He was a thief. Today's haul was a small ring. Felt accepted it, glanced at it, then tossed it to Old Man Ram beside her. It's a silver ring. Too bad it doesn't weigh much. Count it as 1 silver. Thanks, Old Man Ram. Felt wrote a few strokes in the roster before scraping some copper coins from the little mountain beside her and pushing them over. Next. I'm Rafi. This is what I earned today. One by one, the members who had already joined the Mutual Aid Association, whether thieves or beggars, handed over the day's earnings in order. The beggars did not have to hand over everything. The thieves did not need to worry about the goods they stole being pressed down to a rock-bottom price by a gang. The newly recruited security personnel maintained order over all of this. Everyone had a bright future. After about an hour, everyone had gone through the process. The newly recruited security personnel had also collected the membership dues from the 2 streets of Rat Tail Alley. Quite a lot of money and goods had piled up on the table. While Felt was still doing the accounts, Tanya smiled and looked at everyone. Starting tomorrow, I will arrange for security personnel to patrol the area around Rat Tail Alley. If anyone causes trouble, or if anyone bullies a member of our Mutual Aid Association, you may report it to them. They will protect you. In the slums, only by uniting can we survive better. The members of the Mutual Aid Association are all one family. As manpower gradually became sufficient, many matters began to be implemented. The beggars and thieves who had been among the first to join the Mutual Aid Association were all still young to begin with. After hearing Tanya's words, they looked at the security personnel maintaining order around them with a different sort of emotion in their eyes. Meeting the gazes of these children, the security personnel Tanya spoke of straightened their backs slightly. An unprecedented feeling welled up within them. Our big family has only just begun. It needs everyone's shared effort to maintain it. So that we will no longer be bullied, so that we can live better and with more dignity. This is something all of us must work toward together. If you have relatives or friends around you who have not joined yet, go and tell them. The Mutual Aid Association will always welcome you. Rat Tail Alley will be your warmest, safest home. As night fell, the members in the room gradually dispersed. In the end, aside from Felt and Old Man Ram, only the 8 security personnel recruited today remained. Henry, I remember you can read, right? Yes, Chairwoman. The one called Henry was a middle-aged man with somewhat long hair, around 27 or 28 years old. Among these people, he was the oldest. He had an easygoing personality, gave people a rather friendly impression, and liked calling others brother. Starting tomorrow, you will teach the beggars their begging scripts. Felt was instantly moved. Finally, she was going to be freed from this suffering. Me? Henry froze. He seemed to have never imagined that there would come a day when he became a teacher. After teaching ends, leave 2 people to patrol Rat-Tail Alley. The rest will go out to inspect the streets. Although the Mutual Aid Association called itself One Family, that was merely a pleasant-sounding cover. Hiding earnings was something that absolutely had to be eliminated. Yes, Chairwoman. The group lowered their heads one after another and replied in deep voices. These are for your self-defense. As Tanya spoke, she tossed out several weapons. They were small daggers and short knives. Some were previous spoils, while others had been obtained from Old Man Ram at cost price. I have also prepared a sword for you. Whoever achieves merit first will receive this sword. The long sword that had belonged to Black Arrow's leader was also taken out by Tanya and placed on the table. After some simple maintenance, the seemingly ordinary longsword now gave off a cold gleam beneath the lamplight. The one who spoke was a 17 or 18-year-old young man with uncommon purple hair. He was tall, with a faint mustache at the corners of his mouth. His name was Gaston, and he had just been recruited today. He looked at the sword on the table with excitement. At an age when hot blood most easily rushed to the head, whether it was the founding purpose of the Mutual Aid Association or the treatment offered, he approved of it all greatly. This is only the beginning. Later, I will arrange for someone to teach you how to read and write. Once the Mutual Aid Association grows further, I will also hire people to teach you training. If you have magical talent, learning magic is not impossible either. As long as you work hard enough, all of this can be expected in the future. Yes. After the group left, the room finally became quiet. Why do I feel like after recruiting manpower, things have only gotten busier? Even an old man like me got dragged in. Watching them leave, Old Man Ram looked at Tanya teasingly. Don't even say that, Old Man Ram. I'm the one who's about to die from exhaustion, okay? Felt said gloomily. Big Sis doesn't care about people at all. Tomorrow, she even wants me to lead the team of thieves. She said that because I run fast, if I lead them, the harvest will be richer. I don't think there's any problem with that. It isn't as though I've been idle either. Tanya took the roster Felt had finished counting and spoke while reading through it. Today's harvest was even greater than yesterday's. Aside from the slightly expanded group of beggars and thieves, today also included the membership dues paid by the poor residents of the 2 streets in Rat-Tail Alley. These 2 streets were now the Mutual Aid Association's territory, so the residents living here naturally had to pay money. However, compared to Black Arrow, which had bullied men and women, committed extortion, and occasionally did even worse things, the amount the Mutual Aid Association required them to pay was much smaller. That alone was already quite good for the people living here. The 2 streets of Rat-Tail Alley had close to 200 residents. Excluding those who did not work, today's membership dues alone brought in a full 15 silver coins. Adding the other income on top of that, today's total earnings reached 32 silver coins. And that was not even counting the profit Old Man Ram made from handling stolen goods. Looking only at this, the harvest was rather good. But correspondingly, today's expenses were also considerable. First were the upfront hiring fees for the security personnel. That alone cost 64 silver coins. On top of that, there was the money spent buying weapons from Old Man Ram and the cost of food. Adding all the miscellaneous expenses together, they had spent roughly 67 silver coins. Join here to read ahead. In Star Rail, Ultra Beast Armored, Have I Caught Equilibrium? L. Chapter 80. Umamusum, but I only have 5 years left to live. Chapter 178. Zenless Zone 0. I'm a doctor, not a bang boo. Chapter 147. Ben Tennyson wants to join the Justice League. 126. Tide Moon. Redemption beginning with the Holy Grail War. Chapter 110. Yu-Gi-Oh! Transmigrated into the White Dragon Girl. Chapter 185. Is this chat group even serious? Chapter 105. I, Lord Ravager, utterly loyal. Chapter 215. Can playing games save the world? 65. Crossover anime multiverse. The Demon Hunter of an Unnatural World 77. From Junkman to Wasteland 66. Weekly refresh of Overpowered 31. I'm grinding proficiency like 46. From Kiana, Lord Ravager, Anwa 185. Honkai, is this still the previous 42? Elf, my starter Pokemon is Ink 65. Warhammer, my Primarch is Remy 170. From Demon Slayer to Grand S Volume 2/1. The way the Umamusum look at 68. Umamusum, but my cheat power 206. Naruto, Weaving the Future, B65. Zenless Zone 0, but Cayman R76. Multiverse Crossover, The Perf 66. My Cyber Psycho Girlfriend 65. Umamusum, The Dark Trainer 190. Umamusum, A Calamity Born FR 154. Hi, a Reincarnation Loop Player Volume 4/23. The Violent Girl Group is Beat 106. Umamusum, The Horse Girl Who's 67. Umamusum, From Beginner 125. Becoming a Horse Girl, I will 85. Umamusum, I want all 105. I can copy unique skills 90. Summoning an evil god, but the 70. Supernatural Multiverse 90. My harem is indescribable 80. Jujutsu Kaisen, Heroic Spirit 86. I'm just a Valkyrie passing through. 68. Umamusum, today is another romantic battlefield 81. Still playing traditional honk 65. The most filial son under heave 65. What should I do after Switchy Volume 2/3? Reincarnated as a demon, skill 57. Hell difficulty dungeon? 45. Transmigrated as Sukuna 59. Checking in Demon Slayer 59. The reincarnating trainer of Tracen Academy 73. I refuse to become a heroic 45. My best friend into a slime? 36. A scion stands above Marvel 40. What do you mean by using a lab mod to be the hero? 60. Tanya starts from Re 030. Why did they assign me to Uma 35? MYGO Beauties 43. Danmaki, Amiya the Giant Hero 30. The Gacha Merchant who started 31. My Patreon, patreon.com/queen_sin.